Hola. Good morning, everyone. We'll begin in 2 minutes, so if everyone is ready. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to another day of the 17th International Conference on Interactive Digital Storytelling. I hope you've been having some good days. To start off, we have our second Colombian keynote speaker, Elder Tovar Pachoaga, with the presentation From Dystopian to Indigenous Futurism, Gods of the Future in Search of Alternative Futures. Elder Manuel Tovar Pachoaga is a social communicator with a master's degree in digital humanities. He has specialized in the creation, design, and production of multi-platform digital narrative projects. He works at the intersection between art, technology, and narrative, from where he has designed projects that portray armed conflict in Colombia, historical memory, as well as advising and directing teams for entities such as the National Library of Colombia or the Gold Museum Network of the Bank of the Republic. Goddess of the Future aims to propose new ways of envisioning possible futures, taking indigenous futurism or ancestral futurism at its starting point. Let's welcome Elder with an applause.
Hola, ¿cómo están? Hi, everyone. My name is Elder Manuel Tovar. I'm very proud, pleased to stay here. I aspire to make the most Spanglish keynote from the event, okay? He estado trabajando, I was in work with digital narratives the last 12 years, near here in the Faculty of Communication. I start with Alejandro Ángel, que no está por aquí. Me dijo que tenía que hacer vueltas en el centro. So we start with Alejandro Ángel, the long way to try to tell stories with digital narratives in Colombia, country of the south of the world. And we have worked the last decade, try to explore with these technologies. And I make a project about the armed conflict and memorial history in Colombia called Cuatro Ríos. And later, I explore the indigenous futurism, and that the story when I came to the Codex. So the Codex, it started in the search of my identity and the roots of my family with the communities of the indigenous Nasa in the department of Cauca. Here in this picture, I have a pointer. I'm here, very blurry. And this is my uncle. My uncle is a man of knowledge of the communities of the Nasa indigenous. We are here in Monserrate with my family, Mambeando. I don't know if you know what is Mambeando, no? We are mascando, chewing coca leaves in a ritual of part of my family, I know, traditions. So this project starts here with the relation that I have with my roots of my family. And this creation starts from a question, very intimate question, that is, can I make a project that bond two apparent opposite sides of the creation, that is my spiritual way and digital narratives? So that's a starting point from the Codex. In 2019, I go to Washington, D.C. to try to start a new project with XR technology. And I go to the Museum of Afro-American People, and there I found this term called Afrofuturism, no? And this political view, very far away from the Disneyfication of Black Panther, no? And I find very incredible this term, and I start to investigate, and I found this term that's indigenous futurism. And this popularized by the Professor Grace L. Dillon, Canadian professor and author. And the indigenous futurism, for me, is very interesting. No, for this proposal to try to observe how the time and how the dynamics like colonization is a point of view, artistical and political, in moments that we have, I don't know, like people like Elon Musk construct rockets to try to go to Mars, and this is the first, no say, as advisor of this president, Trump, it's called? Okay, that's it. And no, maybe we have to make this type of question. So it starts too with this picture. I think this picture is very interesting. It's called Geronimo's driving a car. And I have here my notes in English. Geronimo was an Apache leader from the Ponca community who was in prison at the time and was forced to go to the exhibition. Geronimo and his people had risen up against the theft of their lands and the erasure of their traditions. But in this article that you find here, here's a very beautiful reflection. For me, it's very important. And that's the idea that we have these communities, ancestral communities, far away of time, in a point that this community doesn't have any kind of agency in the present, but it's very more comfortable when we see these communities far away in the, I don't know, pre-conqueror or in the discovery of America. So we have this incredible picture when you confront technology, modern technology, with ancient people, no? And that picture, but when I came from the Cauca, that is bueno, les contaré, pero para mí era importante try to know how these communities are relation with the technologies and digital things. So in my investigation, I found these other terms like ancestral futurism, recently proposal for Ailton Kreniak, a philosopher indigenous Brazilian. What they say the future and the past is the opportunity to create a new things, no? They have a very interesting book about this. Or the Andean futurism, that is another idea from an artist called, Bolivian artist called Alan Poma, when he proposed all these petroglyphs and artistic ways of express from the Bolivian indigenous to try to make another point of view of the time. And when you find Amazon futurism, this term comes from different authors that take the Amazon from the point of the start of the new futures, or the solar punk. This is a very, very popular philosophy about when it proposed where is the balance between the solar energy, and we try to find alternatives of these technologies. But I think all these are concepts. These concepts are ideas to try to propose new perspective of the future beyond the colonization of the future. And what is the colonization of the future? Okay, that idea came from a simple question. What is our idea of the future? So, in the years 2019, I start to make these dynamics activities in different places, like University of the Andes, or la Biblioteca Julio Mario Santo Domingo, or la Cinemateca de Bogotá. And I reunite with a different kind of users of these places, and I question it, well, where is your idea of the future? So we find this kind of screen boards and tableros llenos de referencias of reference about pop culture, and the 90% of these boards have this reference, and they have in common different things, no? The first, it was a dystopian ideas. Every time they have an idea of the dark future and no way to escape from the devastation of the future. The second characteristic was all the ideas they have, it's a foreign ideas. They don't have any reference of the territorial ideas of the future, of communitarian ideas of the future. They all have the origins of Hollywood or the anime or at different parts of the different countries, but not from the starting point of the territories of your neighborhood. And the third conclusion, or the ideas that what I find is they have this strange idea that this personal future was bright, but the planet going to the chaos. So I asked them, well, ¿cómo es posible que tú tengas un futuro brillante when you have a bright future, but the planet go to the apocalypse? Where is possible? So this idea is very common, and all the time it was searching in the chat with her, ¿cómo es posible que tengamos esta idea? So this separation of the context that we have, and all this idea of the individualism, it called my attention. So the dystopia, no? This extract of this book came from a book called Against the Dystopia. So we have this idea that the only way we can confront or live the future is there is no way, no hay alternativa a la distopía. So with this idea, we design Codex of the Future, no? And Codex of the Future is not an answer, it's another question. So Codex of the Future is a project that tries to tell stories, that mix ancestrality with futurism, with different technologies, with a very experimental methodologies, and try to co-create with different communities of indigenous organization in Colombia, and we hope out of Colombia, to try to make and propose new ways to see the future. So, les voy a contar un poco de Códice Futuro. Códice Futuro se desarrolla en territorio NASA. We start with the territorio NASA. It's in the Department of South Occident in Colombia, called Departamento del Cauca. La comunidad NASA is one of the most organized and political communities, and por eso mismo, for that reason, they have the most high levels of violence in their territories. They have this a high rate of assassination of leaders and hijacking. They have this cartel of Sinaloa in their territories. They have this problematic, social problematic, but they are very, very political and organized community. They have this Guardia Indígena that is an organization very respectful here in Colombia. So we started here in a very problematic territory, trying to figure out how is the future. And we developed different laboratories of co-creation with this organization of women's indigenous from different parts of Colombia and different communities. And we developed here in different schools in the indigenous territory of the NASA in Tacuello. Tacuello is a very violent territory that have a continuous confront with the Mexican cartels of Mexican drug cartels. So we started here and co-create this story. The dynamic was very simple. We started making basic questions about how is the idea of the future, how is your idea of they came from, how is the idea about technology, and we find some interesting things like this. This is the time of the spiral that the perception of time in a spiral that we have MISAC communities. This is the definition in the spies in the MISAC communities. And this idea of the spiral that goes and came back and they contract and they expand all in the same time is a very important and mandatory idea of the creation of the MISAC communities. The elders can read this story in it as well. In their vision in society has a wall and the way things that are interconnect. The origin of time and space is marked on it. Everything begins at the center and everything returns there. So when you see here, you see the two spirals, one that contract and one that expand at the same time. When you aspire to become people of knowledge in this community, you have to study the spiral of time, and that, I think that's a very beautiful thing. So what are the technologies and media that we use in the codex? So first, photogrammetry. I try to interrupt this transmission. Changing of window here. Okay, so we go to the communities and we make this intercambios, exchanges of knowledge and technology, and trying to make these portraits in 3D and try to make these changes to register these places and that are important from the community. This is a tulpa, ¿no? La idea de una tulpa femenina con el pensamiento en espiral, if you see it there. They have 3 rocks here with the fogón. And we're inspired with these forms and configuration about the way of thinking, el palabreo, ¿no? Sentarse horas y horas para hablar, ¿no? When you take about palabreo, we are this very extended conference from 6 hours with aguardiente. So this is the first technique that we use. We go to the communities and we make these models, 3D models with the communities, and we change ways of thinking and create. We make this virtual reality experience, que la tenemos abajo, ¿cierto? We have this virtual reality experience. I hope you explore this emotional and spiritual thing. It's inspired in the Enchanting, the song of my uncle, that we have this healing song in this experience, and we go, and the users can go with go to a indigenous starship and this ritual digital. We have a very emotional response to this experience. Oh, we use the codecs like Windows to try to explore these ideas, mix it like science fiction, indigenous science fiction. No, this is a city. Esta es una ciudad, si no se hubiera conquistado los pueblos indígenas. No? This is a city if they're the conquest, no? There was no conquest, no? And this is the defense of the natural resources, like an idea of Evangelion thing, no? Maybe. And this is the extinction of the communities indigenous in a different future. So we explored this with different technologies, entre ellas inteligencia artificial. So, después de esta publicidad, vamos a mostrar este video. No sé si hay que apagar las luces. Porfa. Gracias. Dura 30 segundos. Mentiras, 1:42. It's just only in Spanish, sorry.
Primero fue el deshielo y los grandes incendios. Después, el ocaso de plantas y animales. Y finalmente, el comienzo de la guerra atroz. Yo estuve ahí, el día que llegaron a tomarse selvas, bosques y ríos. Pensé que llegaban a sembrar vida. Pero el desangre de las entrañas de la tierra comenzó. Nunca lo entendí. Como todas las demás guerreras, protegí como pude los recursos restantes del planeta. Sin embargo, frente a mis ojos, la caída del sol ocurrió. Y entre las ruinas de nuestra amada tierra, emprendimos el vuelo lunar.
Okay, gracias. So we mix this illustration with an application, an app from augmented reality. And we developed this from me, incredible pictures that it was elaborated with Luis Carlos Barragán, one of the most interesting illustrator of science fiction, Latin American science fiction. I want to show you a pair of these. If we can apagar la luz, please. Apagar la luz un segundo, solamente para ver esto. Bueno, no. So this is a 360 degrees picture, and here's the scene of the indigenous starships going out of the cosmos. That's it. And we have And this is the representation of the timing of spiral with all the travelers in different times and spaces in a spiritual journey. They are based and inspired in the mask of the ancestral communities in Colombia and South America. That's it. Okay, volvamos. So that's the 360 degrees pictures that we make. All these pictures and all this aesthetic was based and inspired in this community, but not is about these communities. Oh, we made this oracle. So I interrupt again. The oracle, it was I think it's a place where the people came here, and we developed this oracle with different ideas. And that idea was, if we need to imagine another kind of futures, we need another kind of oracles. So this oracle was designed with a friend, a very dear friend that is anthropologist, and they read the ¿cómo se dice? The zodiac chart, the astral chart. So they made this oracle with different variables. One of them is la salud mental, the mental health, and our relation with the nature, and the ways that we are work and the labor. I don't know how we tell that. If you came here, you can answer this. And a different kind of question, you have and a word of oracle. And we have here these points that say all the emotion that that the people have, the pleasure, anxiety. I don't know. If you see, a lot of people feel anxiety about the future. Okay, that's very preocupante. So we hope expand the idea of this oracle. And we make another kind of things like this mask of engineering paper, inspired in these cultures, ancestral cultures like Muisca and Chibcha. And we go to the Gold Museum and inspired with the figures and construct these figures from our world. And that's the idea of the codex, trying to make a new windows to try to imagine new futures inspired in local and territorial stories. So we try to mix these technologies and narratives to make new discoveries about the future. We have this new, very recent, developed about in the metaverse in spatial. We are now in the festival Real Mix 0.1, 0.4, and if you want to go there and explore all the different dimensions of the codex. So we launched the Codex of the Future this year in la Cinemateca de Bogotá. We make this space called Ritual Installation. We have like I don't know, a lot of people, like 500 people. There is a lot of people in the launch of the project, and you see here. Oh, I have this one, this technology. Ustedes ven aquí personas living the app of virtual augmented reality. We're seeing this in this projection from the video of AI. And using here the mask and the people in this ritual of VR. And here you see the people with VR, augmented reality, 360 degrees illustration, the oracle. And it was a space that bring this experience close to the ritual, a place with the voices and music and projections where the people feel very close with their feelings. And we have a very emotional response. So What's the next frog the codex? Okay, that's my final idea. So, we have 10 minutes? Like, I don't know, 5 minutes? Okay, todavía tengo tiempo. Okay, listo. We want to expand and co-create new futures. No, we want to explore Afrofuturism, Andean futurism. There's very interesting movement in the creation and digital artistic creation that configurate about thinking about the time in the global south, the way that we perceive, the way that we live in this different perception, and it's just not only in the digital narratives. There is in the science fiction writings and interactive, artistic, and performance to try to make these reflections about the different forms of feel the time. We'll try to expand this idea of trying to show and show these feelings about the futures. We'll try. I think that's very important, the way that we feel the future. So we want to create we want to create new spaces created with new technologies with indigenous communities in Colombia and fuera de Colombia, go outside of Colombia. Because all these technologies have enormous cautions in the communities. It seems like the enemy. So when you go to the ancestral communities, they see the technology like an enemy, like a spy. And como no culparlos, no? How we blame it? How we not blame it? Is this foreign way of invade their territories. They have this feeling of afraid and very cautious with that. We want to explore the potential of narratives like the technology like virtual reality. We have a very emotional responses, and I hope you can see and explore the ritual or experience, virtual reality experience have subtitles in English if you want to see it. And we want to see the forma crítica, but it's critical and actively observe technologies like artificial intelligence, the representation of the indigenous communities, for me, is very important, and the way of their thinking. If you see the video that we make with artificial intelligence, you see all this aspect from how the machines see the South American ancestral communities. And for me, it's very interesting, the services like Runway or how is that, Midjourney, doesn't have enough representation about the indigenous communities in South America. Y la pregunta es, ¿queremos eso? We want these forms of represent the ancestral communities in these motors of AI. So this is a floating question there. So, okay. And I have some final ideas. I think first, the perception of the time of a spiral. So I think there's a very beautiful way to think about the time, different of these linear things, the arrow of times, the arrow of time that goes from this point to forward, left behind civilization and people. When you see the time in a spiral, you find that all the actions have consequence, and we can continue think we have to build the futures over the ruins of the past. So that's if we can see that we have consequences in time and space, maybe we can create a better future. So the time in a spiral, it's a very interesting idea for me. Hay otra idea, yes, this vision of techno-optimistic futures, like people like Elon Musk trying to sell us the oxygen in Mars, it feels very afraid for me. So for the other side, I think we have to break the excessive overprotection of the ancestral vision of the future. So we have to crack this overprotection about the ancestral and this techno-optimistic vision of future and try to make bridge or links or I don't know, myths from the future and the past to try to build something new. That's it. We seek to break the current of the ancestral as much to dismantle the idea of technofuturism. Y esta otra idea. The utopia of one community is the dystopia of another. So I think we have a very important crisis of imagination in this moment. The present is full of, I don't know, radicalism and orthodox ideas. I don't know, maybe we are afraid a lot, but we have a lot of fear. But we need better stories. Better stories, not just only here, like a space like Codex, I don't know, maybe we need otro montón de ideas. Pero sobre todo, we need better stories in the mainstream, ¿no? La única cosa, o sea, nuestra única salida no puede ser la distopía. So, I think we need better stories to think about different about the future. Because when we talk about the future, we talk about the present. No, hablar del futuro, I think talk about the future is not escapism. It's try to imagine how the present it goes back, it goes there. So my last idea is the future is a place on our mind. This is the main line of the project of Codex. And this idea is very simple. No, the future isn't in a place or a time. It's in new ways of think and new ways to create. And that's the idea that I try to expand with the Codex. And that's it. We don't need technologies. We don't need another time machine. We need another way to think and another way to open to a new ideas. So that's it. That's my presentation about the Codex of the Future. Thank you very much. Espero que se haya entendido. Gracias. Estuvo bien.
Thank you so much for this presentation. I think we all have an amazing view of how, from the South and from indigenous communities, we can think of the future. And this is a moment where you can ask the questions you have. So if anyone have a question in the room or in the...
Okay.
Thank you, Elder. So I have actually two questions. The first one is about the time in a spiral. And you mentioned two moments. The first, the spiral that I don't know about, yeah. And then you also showed the space where the community reunites, and it's also a spiral around the fire. And you were saying this is the female thought. That it's representing, this spiral is representing the female thought. So I would just like you to, if you could explain a bit more about how the timing spiral works and how the spiral keeps coming back in several representations for the community, how they understand. And also, if you know of other communities in South America that also understand the spiral or use the spiral as a way of understanding life and thought. That's one question, if it's possible. And the second question is that I know that many indigenous communities in South America, you also pointed it out at some moment, that are afraid about foreign technologies and also people. And how do you feel it was their reaction of sharing their knowledge with people that might be very appreciative of it, but also maybe other people that might not understand or value it. So yeah, those are my questions.
Okay. Preguntas fáciles. Okay. The first question. We have two moments here. This is the Misak. This is the cosmovision of the Misak. So we have these two spirals that moves from out to in and in from out. And I can explain very specifically, but I was several weeks, a few weeks in mountains, and a major tell us that when you want to some idea or some feelings go inside you, you go from the spiral to go out there to inside. And when you have a fear or a sorrow, you can go take movements of from inside to outside, no? But la idea del tiempo en espiral is that all these kind of things goes and back, no? If you see in the hat of the Misak, they have this, it's constructed in the form of the spiral. So yo sé que, I know that the Misak and the NASA cultures, communities have this idea of the time, but the Aymara have a different idea. They consider that the future goes back, and por eso we can see the future. So the past go in the front. So in a different kind of cultures, they don't have any words to the future or tomorrow. No, they have words about the direction that we see the horizon. So the perception of times are very linked with the language and the forms that we describe the world. That's the first question. It's very complicated, okay? And I think this, look this, that's it, the spiral in 3D. So it goes in and goes out at the same time. And that's it, the existence. The second question, about the technology and the precautions that have these communities, I think this is very natural. At this moment, in certain communities of the Amazons, the Amazonia, we have this identity crisis that very young people are commit suicidal things, no? Suicidal, I don't know how to say. Ellos están suicidando porque consideran que los dispositivos celulares, these smartphones, are break their identity and their denial of the traditions and culture. So I think the only way that we have to talk with these communities is go there and try to make relation, I don't know, like equals and no sé, relaciones igualitarias, no? Make these familiarity things with their, my family was from the territory, so I have a lot of reference and relationship with that. So I think they have reasons to fear about technologies, but we have to crack, and that's the idea that I have. We have to crack this or dismantle little by little this idea of overprotect the ancestral. No, we need to make these cracks to link things. It's the only way. No, I think maybe we have a digital technology, but they have a spiritual technology that we can exchange one from another. I think. I don't have the.
Who was next? Were you next?
Me and you. Okay. Thanks, Elder, for a very inspiring talk. It was very inspiring. Thank you. I want to ask you, when you stopped a moment in the middle by asking yourself, we have a bright future for the personal, identities, while we have a very terrible future for the planet. I mean, this was very interesting. But Actually, this is a very, it was discussed very much in the scientific communication, you know, and because they say the scientific facts have a general view, while specific stories, specific narratives concern specific people. So, I mean, it is very common. So, is there any deepening in your analysis of the local cultures that we can contrast these scientific general facts with personal views, and this gives maybe a different idea, and maybe stories are not good enough to communicate science while they can communicate really personal relationship or personal actions or what happens, personal fates, and not something that is really general as science is. So.
Okay. Okay, no, I think there is a very common places when we think we have this, I don't know, scientific observation about, I don't know, the globe, the country, but I think the stories have this private characteristic to emotion, to inspire us, no? Maybe we need this scientific data inspire us to tell stories. I estaba hablando with a friend, I was talking with a friend that I said they have a project about ecological system from kids. And she said me that the design of the project, they have to be very cautious because the kids have a future anxiety. They have fear about the futures, the childs. So I suggest him, maybe we need to make to give us hope, no? Other kind of things. And I think the scientific data was very, not terrible is the word, but I don't know how we say it. It's very hard to process, no? If you say the planet have just only 15 years habitable, so that is very hard. So maybe we can go from no tratar de que no sea científico, sino tratar de que la ciencia nos dé también, nos inspire, porque yo creo que la ciencia está para inspirarnos. I think the science was there from inspire us and try to make to reflect the better of the human spirit. So that's the only thing that I have to say.
Thank you. We have actually a question, an online question, so if we go with that one, and then...
Okay. Exchange the microphone. That is the question, microphone. Oh, okay.
The online question, and then we go with you and the other question in the room.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sí.
Okay, first of all, thank you for the interesting presentation. I really enjoyed it. And from my understanding, the Codex project involves creating virtual experiences and conducting workshop activities with local women communities to build a more positive and hopeful vision of the future. I hope I understood it correctly. So my question is, could you please provide and elaborate on how these community-based activities intersect with your ongoing project and how inform the design and the development of the virtual experience you build?
Claro que sí. Anka. Okay,
Yes.
thanks for the question, Anka. Okay, the thing what we do is go to the territories, in this case in Tacuello, in the Cauca, and we develop these kind of activities with the communities, and we have these several and guide question. And from 2 days, the participants go on there and make boards and stories and write the stories in a school of the town of Tacuello. And with these stories, we take the draws, the write, and the ideas of these communities, and we discuss And we discuss and we have these more important ideas from the communities and the stories. And we have these ideas in paragraphs, constructed by everyone in group, constructed in group. And with these ideas, we came from our creative group in Bogota. And we take these ideas and very specific lines, and we dissect in different orders. And with a continuous chat, we designed paragraphs from new narratives. And with these paragraphs, we make short stories. And with these short stories, we record different voices from different communities and make different tracks of audio. And you find these stories in the virtual reality experience. So when you go and walk around the spiral of time, you hear the stories of the communities and the main ideas of these dynamics activities from Tacuello to virtual reality. I don't know, Anka, if there is the answer of your question.
Oh, yes, thank you so much. I've been able to turn up on the camera, and I would like to thank you. It is so important the work you are doing, because we need to go definitely in the direction of moving away from the current narrative fundamentalism that we have, specifically to the dystopian vision of the future. So I'm coming also from the solar punk movement, so I understand the work you are conducting right now, so it's really important. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Gracias a ti, Anka. If you need, or if you want to see, or everyone want to see the virtual reality experience, please write me and I send you an APK. I hope you know his talents in your virtual reality headset.
We had a question over there, and then we come back to you. Yes.
Hello. Okay.
Hola.
Bueno, me gustaría preguntarle, I would like to ask you, sobre todo por el trabajo con la comunidad, with the job of the community. ¿Cómo fue el proceso para que ellos no se sintieran como que estabas haciendo extractivismo, por así decirlo, o que llegaste para extraer sus ideas de cómo ven ellos el futuro? Y sobre todo, si ellos tuvieron algún feedback después, si vieron el resultado como de la investigación, de todo el proceso. I would say in English, don't worry. I asked him, how was the process or the job with the communities for them to don't feel it was just extract the idea of the future, like a cooperative work between elder and the community, and also if they receive like a feedback or they look or view the final project.
Yes. Okay. See. Yes, we have this. Okay. No. Okay. We start here. Working with different communities in Tacuello, here in Cauca, and here in Bogota. So the answer is very simple, but it's very tricky. It was time. No, we developed a project, a process that we have like 2 years in develop, but my families have this root of these origins here and have a very political relationship with these communities. So between 6 months, we start to chat with this school in Tacuello. And when we have these stories and the methodology that was talk a little about a minute. So take these stories and go to Bogota. In Bogota, we work with this group of women. See, these women you see here, there. There's the stories that they wrote, she wrote. And we have this material and record these stories. And when we have the experience, we return to the communities. And before the launch of the project, we socialize with the communities. There's a little bit pictures here. So we have this here. I have another picture, but I don't include it in the presentation. But we come back to the communities and show it the final material. So what is the idea that we don't have, we don't make this extract information. That is information that the communities want to the people know. If you go and see and seek in the internet, you can find the ideas of the times and perception of times. And the communities have, at this moment, have a lot of students in different universities in Bogota trying to show how this time of perception it goes and function. But the answer is simple: time and confidence with the community. That's it. And we hope to I don't know, showing this kind of experience with the community the rest of the year. Yes, that's it. Espero que haya respondido. Sí, más o menos. Okay, you have.
Yes, thank you. I mean, thank you for this really inspirational talk. This was fabulous. So I would really like to work with you on sort of overcoming this dualism that you talk about, and how we can, you know, have a shared future, and where not one group's future is the other group's dystopia, right? As you're right. Do you have any ideas about strategies how to overcome this dualism?
Easy questions here.
It's the hardest, probably.
Okay, no. I think this, in the communities of El Cauca, in this department of Cauca, exists dynamic and a ritual that we call, that the communities call palabreo, no? And that's very interesting ritual. I'm going to explain in a very simple way. The people sit in circular space and start to mambear, chewing coca leaves and tobacco, and start to drink aguardiente or chirrincho, no? Which is alcohol, yes. Alcohol. And they have a hoguera, like a fire, in the center of the room, and they talk to palabrear like 6 or 8 hours, or one night, or 2 days. So I think the way that we break this type of dualism is open to things like exchange these ideas, no? I think this is a palabreo thing, no? With less alcohol. For now. But I think this idea of go to the mountains and change things with the communities, and the communities go in there without this mysticism or this overprotect ancestral and futurist thing. We need to see like equals and talk about these ideas. I don't know how to break the dualism, but I know there's a way to break up. No, we need to find this way. But I very much agree. Yes, we need to break this thing. No, we are not just only men or women. We need all these things in the gray and light area. So I think like rituals like palabreo could serve, or maybe this thing with no alcohol is provided. So, okay, pero yo creo que es eso. Necesitamos intercambiar ideas y necesitamos romper ese asunto del misticismo, ¿no? We need to find like human beings equals, and I don't know, try it, no?
We have one more question.
One more question.
We don't have time.
Yes, it's me.
Sorry.
Oh.
Serge. Thank you so much, Elder. I like the spiral motif, but it can give the representation of history as accumulation. And because memory can only work by forgetting, don't you think that sometimes we may need some intentional amnesia to allow memory to work, rather than suffocating it through accumulation? So how can we represent history more as transformation than accumulation?
Otra pregunta fácil. Okay. Okay. Maybe I don't understand all the question. So, you see, you talk about the history is about accumulation. Yes? Okay. And we need to forgive. Forget. Okay.
Olvidar para que la memoria pueda crecer.
Sí, sí, sí. So, I think this idea of the ancestors have a very important. When we talk about ancestors, we talk about the faraway past, no? Algo que está en el pasado. When we go to these indigenous communities, when you talk about ancestors, we talk about the present. No, it's not the voices of the past. It's about the voices of the present. So I think our way to see the history is a way we can remember all the things. Then we have to point of reference to try to do things, different things, or I don't know, find another way to act or make something things. But the communities say something very interesting that in this modern idea to think is very weird for me, and no raro, sino extraño, desacostumbrado, I don't know how to say. And this is
not used to.
La memoria de los pueblos, the memory of the communities was in the territory. So if you want to know the memory of the towns, you have to walk around the territory. So where is the memory of the history of our communities? It's on our territory, or is in this global idea of think in internet when we go to Facebook and walk around the digital territory? So I think we need to create different relationships with the story and our territory, and try to recognize the point that we are living and linking. No, the relationship between our body and our territory are broken, and we need to fix it to try to make new forms of making stories in our body, not just only in your head. Yes? That was very hippie, but that are things. I don't know.
Thank you very much again. Unfortunately, we don't have time for more questions, but we have a 15 minutes coffee break. 15 minutes, not 30. So if you want to make Elder any other questions, you can make it now. And we come back at 10:15, so not 15 minutes, so only 10. Only 10.
Gracias.
Hello, good morning. Okay, let's take our seats as we are about to start. So people online can start turning on their cameras, sit in front of the computer, and all the participants on site can also take their seats.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Our next paper session focuses on applications and case of studies of interactive digital storytelling. This space will be led by Vincenzo Lombardo, so welcome.
Okay, it's great that also session chairs are invited now. Okay, so we start this session on application and case studies, and the first talk will be online by Lindsay Grace, and news games at 21st, or 21, we check later, a modern storytelling medium and content analysis of 101 different news games. I don't know if there is a video, if it's a live one online. Okay.
Okay, my name is Lindsay Grace, and I'm presenting to you News Games 21, Modern Storytelling Medium and Content Analysis of 101 Different News Games. So let's get started. So this is really a culmination of 5 years of project to collect and archive news games. The content analysis and archiving are fully available at journalismgames.com or journalismgames.org. We've made this website public for others to use and do similar and complementary research. This is really based on some prior work we did back in 2020 when we did a sort of snapshot analysis of about 30 or 40 games back then, as well as some work that we presented at events like DIGRA, Digital Games Research Association Conference. So generally, when we're talking about news games in this context, it's useful to kind of agree upon a definition. In this way, we kind of started with using Gonzalo Frasca's sense of defining news games as kind of editorial, and then expanded on it from some praxis perspective from Meir Klaus and Jay James that we've referenced in the paper itself. In addition, we've added on to this Michael Mateus and Mike Trainor's sense of news games as political cartoon, which is shown here. And generally, the argument being made in this paper is that the unifying sort of element for all of these definitions of a news game is the sense of a narrative of play. And so this is something a couple of years ago I wrote about, and I really do believe that there's sort of players perceive their experiences as a kind of narrative, especially when they're playing. And so the general definition we're using is sort of news games is play focused on news and or journalism informed. So for this reason, directly from the paper, it may be more useful to understand news games not solely as a subset of the greater world of journalism, as that name implies, but instead it can be argued that news games are a kind of interactive storytelling experience which aims to engage with the news. And so we're really emphasizing that concept of engaging with the news. And one of the ways we help define this is in my earlier book, Doing Things with Games, I sort of offer this hierarchy of games, toys, and interactives. And so the idea is that the foundation are basic interactives that might offer some very, very, very fundamental experiences. And then toys are actually elements that afford for play, where games not only support play, but they also structure that play. Kind of give us win-lose conditions, et cetera. And so there's an implied hierarchy here, and that there are a few interactives in this collection, a lot of toys, and a lot of games. So basically what we did was we archived more than 100 news, toys, interactives, and games, things that identified themselves as news, toys, or games, really 101 in this particular collection, this publication. And so they were all produced between 2004 and 2023. Again, you can see them all on the website and the way that we archive them. But basically what we're emphasizing here is kind of a relatively manual process that evolved over the 5 years to kind of contain, maintain, and collect these games, both getting the gist of them, collecting screenshots, collecting video archives of them, and then in some cases actually showing and making them available through Flash emulation. So we stored the game data in a MySQL database and augmented that database with a YouTube channel that let us keep some of the video content readily available for everyone. So if you just look at the YouTube channel News Games Research, you'll see that there's about 100 videos of the games there. And then to do the content analysis, which is the bulk of this particular paper, we had 3 graduate students working and 1 undergraduate student over the years, and they were typically assigned about 30 to 40 games annually. We also did some intercoder comparisons, which you can read about, to make sure that there were some consistencies across this coding, and also worked primarily in English, which is emphasized as kind of a drawback. Yes, there are plenty of great news games done in Portuguese and other languages, but we were based in the US, we did them all in English. If there were translations, of course, we used the English translation. And then the content analysis, I want to acknowledge our graduate students, Katie, Casey, Midi, and our undergraduate, Caleb from Brown University, who all contributed to archiving this data. And the categorizations we used to try and identify the different types of news games were largely based on Bogos' old definition of specific categories in news games from the Journalism at Play book. And what we did was we kind of augmented this with what we called news literacy, which wasn't contained in the original. Otherwise, we saw editorial, infographics, documentary, quiz and puzzle, reportage, and alternate reporting games. And so if we use those categories, we found that 53 of the games that we collected were editorial in nature. And those are games like Voter Suppression Trail, where you're kind of mimicking the way that voters are suppressed in the US. And then Choose Your Own Adventure Renting, which is a Vice UK experience around the challenges of trying to find a reliable roommate or nice housing. And games like MTA Country by GOP Arcade, where they're doing sort of similar lampooning of and making specific editorial observations. And then we found 13 media literacy games. Those 13 media literacy games looked like the US State Department's Harmony Square, where you are trying to break the harmony within this community. And it's basically trying to inform you about misinformation and disinformation. And games like Factitious, which I helped with while I was working at American University, among many others. And this is sort of a Tinder for news: swipe right if you think it's real, left if you think it's fake, really trying to help people understand the characteristics of fake news. And then another 11 quizzes. And so the top 3 categories were these editorials, these media literacy games, and then quizzes. And the quizzes were as sort of sports-oriented as what makes a World Cup winner, and more sort of like basic calculators. So the categories over time, one of the things that we noticed in our collection over the 20 or so years, 21 years that we looked at a span of games, tried to keep at least a couple of games per year, is you'll see there's a spike in editorial games in the collection. Doesn't necessarily mean that there were a spike in editorial game production in that year, but it gives you a sense as to what the distribution of the games that we looked at and their common attributes occurred. You'll also notice that there's a sort of spike in media literacy games around 2017 and then again in 2020. So the editorials, you can see the spike there, and then the media literacy you can see there. So the number of news games in the data set were also focused on how many we had per year, just so you can kind of see what the landscape for us looked like. So you can see that blue line is politics, the orange is war, and the green is mis and disinformation. So you can see here that we've got kind of a spike 2020 on war games. And you'll see, again, obviously, coinciding with both the Syrian civil war and the Russian invasion of Ukraine. You'll also notice that we have a spike in politics games that declines right around the election, but right before the US presidential elections, you'll see that we've got a bunch of games from that particular era. And then lastly, I wanted to kind of cover some of the game topic foci that we saw, just so you get a sense as to the kinds of content that are in the data set. So the top 5 categories for kinds of games, as we explained in the paper, how we determine these. I'll just talk about them very basically. We had predominantly politically focused games, trying to describe either systems of politics or to make commentary or editorial about specific politics. And those are generally widely political. There are also a few games that were localized political, very, very regional, and we left that in another category. And then the second category was war, games that focus either on the outcomes of war or how war might be precipitated or the experience of refugees in war. The next most common category was misinformation, disinformation. That's largely our media literacy games. And then money policies and news literacy were the fourth and fifth. And money policy categories included games that helped you understand how expensive it is to afford college in the US, or our news literacy games were not focused on misinformation or disinformation, but on the task of being an effective reporter. And these are often produced by news organizations that were trying to help people understand the value of effective news research and storytelling. So last category that is usually of note in this context is technology and the implementation. And so unsurprisingly, what you'll see is that there's a standard of Flash through about 2016. That's that lower line. And then what happens is HTML5 kind of spikes. And then we saw a little bit of dissipation by 2021 with more games originating in Unity and then being converted to gameplay that may be web accessible, which is interesting, and that one would expect that HTML5 is perhaps the easiest way to make sure that everybody can play your game. But in our data set, we found that there were fewer games produced through HTML5 over the long run. My guess is it's probably has to do with the complexity of the content you can deliver versus building Unity, and then many, particularly student developers, are trained in using Unity. So some quick observations that'll help you understand what we found and what the paper indicates. So one is that 52% of our data set was actually editorial games. So editorial games are sort of clearly the leader. The second category were politics games. So you can kind of make an assessment that a large portion of news games are actually political and editorial. And then war was the third most common categorization. So and these obviously spike around major war events around the globe and the audiences that are most engaged in those issues. So the topics often match the news cycle. So you'll see that the Syrian and Ukraine wars precipitate more interactive experiences, news games, and then likewise, the US elections, generally before the election, not after, you'll see a spike. So making claims about a candidate one way or the other. Also interesting to note that we found very few mobile apps as news games, and we think that one of the reasons for this is that the publisher's policies, so for example, the Apple App Store is demonstrated here, kind of prevent some types of distribution for particularly editorial games in nature. So the specific policy highlighted at the very bottom of the slide is that for Apple, enemies within the context of a game cannot solely target a specific race, culture, government, corporation, or any other real entity. And so the challenge in publishing a news game on the Apple platform would obviously be that if you want to talk about contemporary politics or contemporary government, it's going to be very hard to do so. And this is just an excerpt from the National Coalition Against Censorship. They wrote a quick little article on some of the challenges here. So I just want to thank you. I hope that was useful. I hope I used your time effectively, and thank you.
Okay, thanks, Lindsay. Thanks for being online too and accepting questions. So, there is any question here in the room now, Kylie? Is there? Well, I can go.
Good morning, Barranquilla. It's kind of funny to be on such a big screen.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I was just wondering if you noticed any trends in terms of game mechanics, maybe across time, but also in relation to the themes that the news games were engaging with.
Certainly. So that would be a forthcoming paper. And the short version is there are some trends. One of the most interesting things we're looking at is the, and I think you'd expect this, the maturation of complexity over time, especially for if you kind of subdivide it by the organizations that produce these games. The good news, at least from my perspective, is that news organizations are getting a little smarter about what they're doing, while organizations or kind of clusters of artists like GOP Arcade or Mole Industria are getting really savvy at offering mechanics that are very specifically linked to themes. So we've matured, just like social impact games, out of producing games that are sort of like, I'd like you to understand that water is valuable, so I'm going to create a platformer where you collect water, to things that are nuanced and help us understand the mechanical complexity of a problem and its solution set.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? Maybe online? Can you check if there are questions online? No, no question online. Are there other questions here? There is one here.
Thank you so much. That was super interesting. I wondered if you looked at the reception of those games in the sense of, are they effective at conveying, you know, what they're trying to convey?
For the research we did, we didn't have any reliable sources for trying to understand, like, even fundamentally, like how many plays they had. So the short answer is no, but it would be great if we could.
Okay, thanks. Other question? I have a question anyway. Lindsay, please, can you tell us something about, again, maybe it's not in your research now, but the impression of the use of journalists, because the shift from a Flash to real programming with JavaScript and then Unity maybe can make products less numerous, but maybe with more quality, because you have a whole team working on that. Can you have some impression?
Yeah, so we actually ran for years a program funded by a nonprofit that funds journalism research, and we were trying to look at the intersection of games and how to improve journalism and improve the way that we communicate journalistic research. The short answer is that there have been, in the US in particular, tremendous economic stresses on news organizations. And so right as you sort of see this adoption and this acceptance that interactive media fundamentally, regardless of whether or not it's a game, is sort of on the rise for news organizations, you'll also see that those headwinds, economic headwinds, lots of sort of local journalists and local journalism organizations being destroyed by private equity. So you used to have 5 people reporting in your rural county, and now you have 1 person, and they actually have to cover 4 other counties. So the short version is, it's not helping. The most successful organizations from our perspective have been the ones that use third parties to develop their games. The in-house game development teams have been, in some cases, disbanded or the product of fiscal cuts. So I think the more programming / the more development expertise you require, the harder it is. On the flip side, I'd say that, and I do this with my students all the time, there's some really great tools that allow people to produce effective indie games. And I do a lot of stuff with game jams, for example. And in those cases, like tools that are completely free, like GameSalad, export to HTML5. So the expertise doesn't need to be there, but the game design expertise is usually really important. And when we tried to sort of, I don't want to say cram down the throat of journalism organizations, but really, really, really encourage them to adopt game design by giving them game designers, we still ran into headwinds around comfort with play and serious topics. So I think more of the problems are not technological as much as they are structural, cultural, and you'll see that in which organizations choose to use play as a way of explaining concepts and which don't.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Lindsay. There is one question online.
Online? Yep, sure.
Yeah, there is one question online. Oh, but we can't hear it. It's Frank Knack, yes, but we should hear it.
Unmute. Okay,
All
can
right.
you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Hi, Lindsay. All that is rather fascinating. I was a bit shocked about your last statement and the mobile environments.
Yeah.
Now, that is the access most people work with nowadays. So what are your opinions about restrictions from providers of making it, technically speaking, impossible to put these type of games on mobile phones? And what does that mean with respect to news distribution?
So with the protection of tenure, I'll just admit that more than once I've actually culture hacked like the Apple App Store, where it basically tried to sneak between their censorship guidelines. And in one case, which is a paper I published years ago, I was successful for months. So I do think there are ways to get around them, where, for example, you use analogy to explain. So you create the version of Animal Farm, the sort of old political satire, instead of being overt about the messages you're providing. And I've done that a few times. But ultimately, I think it's the same problem we see, the same kinds of headwinds we see when we talk about social media and what social media will permit and what it won't permit, and privately held resources. So it becomes a kind of political argument, because sure, Apple built this environment, but Apple is now the only means for getting something, with exception, right? So the good news is that we can now emulate for Apple over the last year. And so you've actually seen emulators that let us play NES. I think the short version is mobile distribution until it becomes more public, which it's still a little easier to get on Android. And you can distribute Android is always going to be this problem. But honestly, it's not that different than the problem we saw 20 years ago when people were producing EXEs for Windows, and then the problem was you had to distribute it through some platform that was willing to let you show your work, which is why so many people ended up working in Flash, because a website like Newgrounds would let you post something political, but it might be really hard to use the equivalent of the Windows App Store to get that same political message out. So the short version is it sucks, but there are ways around it. And I think it's in some ways no different than state-mediated TV in certain communities or certain countries. There are ways to get your message out and still support democracy and free speech. But, I run into the Apple thing. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Do you then expect something like the Hays Code in film in the 30s and 40s, that people simply get more creative?
Absolutely. So that's what I'm saying. So I think the easiest way to handle it is to say that this game isn't about Iran-Contra. This game just happens to have a lot of analogies to it. And I think that's the smart way to do it. So basically talk about things you're not allowed to talk about until you can. In my classes, I talk a lot about the comic code in the US and how it stifled the growth of the sort of graphic novel for years, and then eventually we grew out of it. So my hope is that there will be, and I think we're moving towards that future, a situation where mobile distribution doesn't apply solely, say, for Apple on the Apple App Store or on Google Play. I think that's the reality. And again, a lot of these HTML5 games in particular are completely accessible. We did a couple for like Polygon, one of the Vox Media properties, and they were playable on your phone. They just weren't easily discovered on an app store because they weren't in an app store.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we have to stop this. So thanks for the questions. Thanks again to Lindsay.
Thank you. Okay. Thanks.
So we move to the second talk of this session, which is again online. And it is 13 interviews leveraging digital storytelling and social interaction for public engagement with the music archive. I believe the talk will be delivered by Akrivi Katifori, and she will be online later.
I'm Akrivi Katifori, and on behalf of my co-authors, I'd like to share with you the results of our study on 13 interviews, a digital storytelling experience designed to engage the public with the music archive of the prominent Greek composer Nikos Kalkotas. This experience is structured around a series of fictional interviews about the composer. It is designed for mobile devices and small groups of visitors in the Archive Visitor Center. So first, let's take a look into what motivated us to explore such an approach. In the realm of collaborative informal history learning, there's a vast untapped potential in blending digital storytelling with guided dialogue. Research has shown that storytelling can profoundly immerse us, transforming our understanding and fostering deeper connections with heritage. Similarly, dialogue-based activities have been proven to spark active participation and reflection, whether as standalone experiences or in tandem with a narrative. Our goal is to harness this potential in a particularly challenging context, engaging visitors with music archive content. Music archives of composers are a special case of heritage content. Firstly, such archives include music sheets that can be obscure and difficult to understand for non-music expert audiences. Also, if the composer is not well known to the visitors, or if they have no particular preference or knowledge for their compositions, they tend to show minimal interest in the archival material. As a result, there is a need for new ways to promote and communicate music archives. So in this context, we ask, can digital storytelling combined with dialogue-based activities for a music archive promote visitor engagement and transformative learning? As a case study to answer this question, we've crafted a narrative experience that integrates these elements. This experience offers an opportunity to delve into the life and work of the renowned composer Nikos Kalkotas, who lived during the first half of the 20th century. His archive is housed in the Lilian Voudouri Music Library of the Friends of Music Society in Athens. The story follows Andreas Razis, a fictional journalist tasked with reporting about the life and work of the composer, some years after his death. So the narrative unfolds through a series of interviews with real and fictional characters, guiding the user to explore key events of the composer's life. The experience is created with the Nara Live Storymaker tool. This is a web-based authoring tool created by a research group that produces web-based interactive digital storytelling experiences. The experience is addressed to small groups. Each user follows the story through their own mobile device. Individual narrative parts are interleaved with conversation activities. After the introduction, where the journalist is assigned to investigate the composer, the user has to choose between 4 periods of Kalkotas' life: his childhood in his place of birth, his studies in Athens, his life in Berlin, and then back in Athens during the period of the German occupation. Each period offers 1 to 3 interviews and a set of activities. 2 variations are offered with alternative interviews each. The user has the choice to select which periods to view and in which order. The interviews are viewed individually by the users. They are fictional, but based on historical research. The group activities promote dialogue and reflection, encouraging participants to delve deeper into the composer's work and its historical context. The activities incorporate archival materials such as photographs, letters, and music scores. Different types of group activities are offered. Information gap activities prompt participants to discuss what they have heard about the composer in the interviews. During the music listening activities, they explore his composition and also discuss their own music preferences. There are also activities where, using specific events as an incentive, they are asked to reflect about his life and choices and emotions. An example was the conversation about Jan Kalkotas as a student in Berlin. For the needs of the study, we invited interested participants through emails and social media. We combined different data collection methods. Questionnaires were administered to participants to gather quantitative data on their demographics, prior knowledge, and overall satisfaction with the experience. Semi-structured interviews were conducted to delve deeper into the perceptions and experiences. Additionally, observational techniques were used to capture participant interactions and engagement with the digital storytelling and each other. The collected data were analyzed to identify patterns and trends. Qualitative data was subjected to thematic analysis to extract key themes and insights. 25 adults participated in the study. The distribution of their prior knowledge about the composer is indicative of that of the wider public. The participants were divided into 7 groups of 2 to 4 participants each. After being informed about the objectives and process of the study, they were given the participant profile questionnaire. They were then distributed mobile devices or had the option to use their own. Half of them were guided to use alternative A and half alternative B, with the difference between the two only on the interviews they had access to at each of the 4 periods. After the experience, they were asked to fill in a questionnaire and then participated in a brief interview as a group. As for the results of our study, the average duration of the experience, including the duration of the dialogic activities, was 54 minutes, with standard deviation 19 minutes. The participants omitted activities as they saw fit, and in some cases did not listen to all of the interviews of a specific period. The vast majority of the participants found the experience interesting and sparked the curiosity. The experience was generally well received, with participants finding enjoyable, interesting, and thought-provoking. They particularly appreciated the plot, illustrations, inclusion of music pieces, and archival photographic content. The characters were perceived as realistic, contributing to a deeper engagement with the story. However, some participants found the experience too long. The experience effectively promoted learning and curiosity about the composer. Participants felt they gained new insights into his life and work. They also appreciated the opportunity to see the past through the eyes of the people of that time. The dialogic activities were enjoyable and fostered perspective-taking. Participants were willing to participate in the conversations, which were perceived as thought-provoking and constructive. The variety of dialogue-based activities, including discussions about music pieces and archival content, was appreciated. As one participant mentioned about the information gap activities, talking about what we found during the interviews about the composer felt a bit like gossiping with friends. Another one comments about how the conversation about working and studying abroad as a musician brought to mind their own experiences and difficulties seeking a career in music. The archival material was appreciated, with a prominent example being the composer's postcard to his mother. However, some participants felt that the length of the experience and time pressure limited the depth of the conversations. While the length of the experience was a concern for some participants, it's important to note that the experience is divided into 4 distinct periods. This modular structure allows for flexibility in how the experience is presented, whether as a single session or multiple sessions. For those unfamiliar with the composer, the experience sparked interest and a desire to learn more. However, some participants felt that the music component could be more prominent. To address this, we suggest incorporating more music-related activities and using music as background for narration and interviews. Another important point is that of facilitation for the dialogic activities. Without a human facilitator, the conversation between visitors may be prolonged beyond the allocated time for the experience. So to conclude, our study demonstrates the potential of combining digital storytelling with social interaction to engage audiences with music archives. Using the storytelling and archival material to spark conversation within the group allows the visitors to co-create their own narratives about the composer, making at the same time connections to their own life and experiences. By carefully balancing the fictional narrative, dialogic activities, archival material, and music, we can create meaningful and impactful experiences that foster deeper understanding of the archival material and appreciation of the composer and his work. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. I believe Vivi is online for answering question. Is it true? Okay.
Hello, yes, I'm here.
Here you are. Well, we can just see. Okay. Now, are there questions here or online? Well, I can start. I can break the ice, okay? So, I don't know if you can see me, but my question is, having had some experience with music archives and music communication in general, I believe that the important part of this work is that the most success goes into describing the biographies of musicians, while music, as you are saying in some discussion before, is just very difficult to communicate in this sense. Is it the same perception you have? So I believe that your work on archives is not different if you are talking about paintings or music, because then you go to biography of artists and not to the specific artwork in general. Or can you say something about this experience?
Yes, this is an interesting question because as we have seen, the issue with music archives is that paintings are the actual object, the art that you present and you enhance its experience with the storytelling. Whereas in the music archives, music is not the actual archival material. The archival material is about the composer or the music itself, but the music is not part of these archives. So in this case, it's even more difficult than other types of archival material or museum objects. And the public tends to be even more disinterested in them because the other factor that plays a role here is that the music, especially for example, Skalkota's music, although he is considered a very important a composer, some of his compositions, especially this atonal style of music, is not very much appreciated by the public who has no experience to that. So it's very difficult for the organization, the music library, to actually communicate and promote this important composer. So in this sense, we use his biography and bringing people closer to his life to make them a little bit more familiar with his work. And the interesting thing was that this approach was effective also for the experts, because some people who knew about the composer participated in the study. For them, it was interesting that the experience brought a new perspective to the composer. They had a more, let's say, cold and not so human understanding of the composer. They were focused on his work, and this helped them see him in a different perspective and understand his period and also the inspiration about his compositions. So I don't know if I answered your questions.
Yeah, yes, you answered the question, of course, because being a performative art, music is very challenging with respect to archives. Other questions? Maybe online? No. So, Vivi, since we have some time, can I ask you also to broaden your conclusions and say something about this idea of the communication of archives in general? I mean, because I believe that there are a lot of issues that you can really conclude with respect, because you were very focused on your project, but maybe you can say something about the communication of archives, if this dialogic method is effective, or if you can have different proposals with respect to archives.
Yes.
As we learned from the previous, memory is very important, and we are going to accumulate a lot of material. So accessing archives, it will be a very important issue in the near future.
The essence of this type of archives, that at least as far as we understand it and differentiate it from a museum, is that their material is more difficult to present to the public. And in cases like this particular library, they don't have an actual exhibition. The archive is there, but it's hidden to the public, and they have an activity center where they present parts of the archive through digital applications only. So in fact, the actual real physical objects are not present. So this makes it even more difficult to communicate this material to the public. So experiences like that can keep the visitor engaged, although they are not actually in contact with a physical object. This approach is, as we have seen, it can be generalized to other composers and other types of archives, not only music ones, because the element of presenting a story, the composer story or the artist story in its case, and then having people talk about him and have also a modular approach. It's not a whole linear thing or even a whole interactive thing that they have to follow from beginning to end. They can break it up a little bit in parts and do as much as they want, organize, self-organize within the group the time they will spend on the activities and the discussions. This is a flexible and, in our opinion, effective approach to communicate such material. And we had an experience with trying this into a school environment where the educators decided to split it. Each week they had the students do one period of the composer's life, and this span across 1 month. And in the end, they had a small event where the students who participated presented what their impressions about the composer and the music to their classmates who had not participated in this activity. So it is a flexible approach that can be applied also to other contexts. And engage in an educational, formal educational setting or outside of it.
Okay,
That's
thank you.
my
Understanding. Thanks for the comments. We thank again Vivi Catifori for this talk. And we go to the last talk of the session, which is, well, Revolution Babel or Babel Revolution. Streams of Biocultural Diversity and a Participatory Narrative by Serge Bouchardon.
Okay, so hello everyone, buenos dias, bonjour. I'm so happy to be here with you. Thank you, Maria Cecilia and the whole Ardin team for this wonderful conference, both for the scientific side and for the relationships. The paper was co-written with by my French colleagues and friends Isabelle, Erika, and Simon, and I will present our project, our ongoing project, Babel Revolution. Here are the 2 points of my presentation. So, according to the online manifesto on biocultural diversity. This manifesto emphasizes that biodiversity and linguistic and cultural diversity are intimately related and interconnected. Here are the first words of this manifesto that I will read. According to the latest United Nations report on biodiversity, the world will lose 1 million species in the upcoming years. In parallel, it has been demonstrated that the degradation of biological diversity has a negative effect on cultural and linguistic diversity, as declared by UNESCO. And this goes both ways. For example, in Mexico, the loss of knowledge about medicinal plants is a direct consequence of the disappearance of vernacular languages, as reported by the Finnish linguist Tove Skutnap-Kangas in her paper, Linguistic Diversity and Biodiversity, the Threat from Killer Languages. There are around 7,000 spoken languages, and over 95% of these languages have fewer than 1 million users. And the figures given in the United Nations report on food and agriculture reveal an equally vertiginous decline in biodiversity. So the coincidence of struggles formulated by the Manifesto on Biocultural Diversity is part of what Guy Juquois calls the episteme of diversity, a cross paradigm that links the sciences, life sciences, and language sciences, among others. And our participatory narrative Babel Revolution builds on the threefold theoretical framework of the ecology of languages, pluralistic approaches to languages and culture, and heterolingual literature, which is defined as the co-presence of different languages in the same text. The sociolinguist Hogan led the foundations of ecological linguistics, and other social linguists have theorized the ecology of languages of the world. And as a poet from the Martinique, Edouard Glissant, said, it's no longer possible to write without acknowledging the presence of all the languages of the world. Languages exist as a continuum rather than as separate systems. And the heterolingual literature bears witness to this. So our project Babel Revolution is an online participatory work which aims to invite reflections on the importance of diversity from an ecological, linguistic, and cultural perspective. The narrative takes place in a dystopian world. We spoke about dystopia and utopia before, previously. Inspired by Orwell's 1984, Damasio's Haut-Parleur, and the philologist Victor Klemperer's notebooks, analyzing the rise of Nazism through the evolution of the German language. So a resistance movement is growing against a political regime that applies a monolingual policy, impoverishing both language and the natural world, and contributing to the disappearance of words, as well as the reality that they shape and refer to. Voices are invited to be raised in online posts in any language. The posts respond to central decrees or previous posts immediately connected with them and constituting a network that grows in the form of a dynamic graph. The narrative invites contributors to choose their position between resisting the regime, supporting it, or neither of those clearly defined camps. And the outcome depends on the contributions with several alternative endings and is established by the session leader. So here you have an example that I did this morning, and the last sentence is in Palenquero, so the language from Palenque de San Basilio. Irene Lema spoke about this yesterday. So Babel Revolution can easily be used through specific sessions, in workshops, or in language and literature courses. An administrator interface allows users to create new sessions, but also new scenarios. And we try to adopt a minimalist perspective motivated by an eco-friendly ethic. So the website was developed using JavaScript, and graphics are generated through code rather than image files for lower energy consumption. And the project itself is open source, available on Git. And here are two examples of plurilingual messages from a session last year in Portugal. The piece promotes contact between languages in a variety of ways, from translation to code switching and to translanguaging. So I think Babel Revolution is a kind of IDN, according to the definition by Hartmut Könitz. This being said, can Babel Revolution be considered a narrative? During a session, there are events and a form of closure. The session leader can trigger events, decrease in the original scenario, and also an ending when the session comes to an end, among several possible endings. But how do participation and interactivity translate into narrativization? How are these rhizomatic structures made narrative? How do they redefine narrative in the digital sphere? These questions will continue to be explored. In a sense, complex situations require new narrative forms, moving traditional storytelling towards more interactive and participatory forms. So, 2 minutes? I had 15 minutes. I think it was 15 plus 5. Because it's a long paper. It's a long paper. Thank you. But I will go faster. Okay, so the Babel Revolution was created through an interdisciplinary collaboration informed by research in social linguistics and plurilingual pedagogy, involving researchers in didactics, contemporary literature, communication science, design, and students in software engineering. So I will skip this slide. We skip the slide. we worked on minimal design choices that focus on the essential, less is more. And Simon, our designer and typographer, created a very light font for the project, a font that I use for these slides. The graph suggests an association with plant biology, and the color choices draw a parallel between the degradation of biodiversity and the degradation of linguistic and cultural diversity through the green color as a reference to healthy plants, and red suggesting their degradation due to drying, burning, or disease. The development of Babel Revolution is still in progress, and we tried to involve users in this process thanks to workshops. And these workshops, like this one, addressed several new perspectives and questions, including whether we should move more towards role-playing, using avatars that users would keep throughout the session, or even a role that everyone is assigned at the beginning, but how to avoid caricaturing positions and arguments, whether we should slow the movement of the dynamic graph and concentrate more on the text and their readability. Some participants found that the graph moved too quickly as a result of contributions in synchronous mode, and whether we should add the possibility of contributions in media other than text, pictures, voices. So this would allow us to work on the visual and auditive dimensions of language, but it will also run counter to the choice of a lightweight minimalist design. So conclusion, we started this collaborative project from an initial scientific question and a creative challenge aimed at discussing the link between biodiversity and linguistic and cultural diversity, and dealing with the ways in which the cross-cutting issues of social linguistics and ecology can be transposed in a participatory work. But there is still, for me, the issue of linguistic diversity. The original narrative framework is based on a critique of the monolingual ideology and of the universal language. But there was still a tension between European-centric humanism that called for universal language in the name of a common good and a supposed guarantee of peace and intercomprehension, and a form of culturalism that respects the diversity of languages and cultures, such as the Councils of Europe's project, also criticized for its angelism. So this opposition runs the risk of being reductive, and in their posts, the participants, the contributors, are invited to engage in complex thinking that connects issues rather than forcing them into binary oppositions, while also making the link between the question of biological diversity and that of cultural and linguistic diversity. So the piece thus promotes contact between languages in a variety of ways and offers a rhizomatic user space of interactions, facilitating the emergence of a collective intelligence. The Babel Revolution project continues to evolve. We are working on a new interface, more user-friendly, and a version for smartphones. And we're also working with teachers on a scenario with AI. And Babel Revolution has been selected to be part of a corpus for secondary school teachers in France. Thank you for your attention. Gracias, merci.
Now I believe it's on. It's on. It's on. Okay, thanks. And again, I apologize.
No,
for
no
that.
problem.
There was a miscommunication in the organization. So don't worry. You can have an extra.
No, I
1 minute.
I attempted for 15 minutes. So.
Okay. Thanks again. But are there questions? There is a question there.
Yes. Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm really interested in this project. So I have two questions. The first one is, how are you thinking about the design of the game? You mentioned role-playing, so I'm wondering if you're drawing on things like tabletop role-playing games, like Dialect, for example. And it seems to me that there's an interesting potential when thinking about the kind of boundary or the trading ground between languages, things like translation or loanwords. So I'm just curious about your direction in that. And the second thing is, how are you thinking about this kind of rhizomatic aspect of the project, or the relationship to things like theory or critical theory?
Okay. As for the first question, so there is no role play right now, but we are thinking of it because many people, in workshops are saying that it will be, more interesting to have a role at the beginning, and maybe an avatar, and keep this avatar, for the whole session. Because right now, you can choose your studio, every time, and choose your positions, every time. So we have to think about it. I'm not sure, actually. I have a PhD student who is a master of game, vous savez in English, maître de jeu, and is working on role-playing games and role-play as a laboratory for transmedia narratives. So we will work on this, how we can apply this to this project. And of course, the rhizomatic dimension, for us French people, but maybe more than French people, we think of Deleuze and Guattari. So the rhizome, is very present, in our way of thinking, and the way, it can also open minds. As Wittgenstein said, the limits of my language means the limits of my world, and we want to open the world of people if it's possible. I always feel sorry for people who are very happy with having only one language. I think it's even if my English is not very good and I don't understand everything you are saying in English, but I lack this feeling of loss of grasp and sometimes of opacity. It opens my mind. And same thing for Espanol. Thank you for your question.
Okay. Other questions? Online. What about online?
There was Brian.
There is, yeah. Let's ask online too. But Brian, next. Should I go then? Okay.
Really, oh, whoa. Really cool project. I love this. And I love that you just said, like, the limits of our language kind of result in the limits of our understanding. That's so 1984, too, which it's one of my favorite books. But my question is, you said the facilitator can trigger certain events in order to make this a narrative experience. Can you just give me an example? I was wondering, like, well, what kind of events are they possibly triggering?
Yeah. At first, we had only one scenario with 3 events, a decree on plants, a decree on languages, and a decree on literature. And the session leader can trigger the event whenever, during a session of 1 hour or 1 hour and a half, you think that now that's the right moment to trigger this event so that, the participants can react to this event. But now the administrator interface allows to create not only new sessions, but new scenarios. And we have, other scenarios created by, especially by teachers. And they can create as many events as they want, and as many endings as they want. And then, depending on the way the session is developing, they can trigger the event, through the administrator interface during the session whenever they want. It's not timed. The session leader, just thinks that now it's the right moment to create a new event. So, in this sense, for me, it's a kind of a narrative because there is a prologue, there are events, there are some of causal actions, where you react to different events, and then you have different endings. So far, the endings don't, they're not related to the number of contributions or the way they are interconnected. It's the session leader that can think that we'll have a positive ending or a bad ending, but we are thinking of connecting the ending to the way the rhizomatic graph was developed. Thank you, Brian.
Okay, thanks again. Other questions? Okay. Well, I wanna ask a last question, Serge. I can.
There is
There's
Victoria.
one here.
Yes,
Where?
Victoria.
Oh, okay, Victoria.
The woman in red.
No, I had a quick questions about the nodes of the rhizome. So what exactly do they represent? Do they just represent different languages? Do they represent like characters speaking those languages? Can you comment a little bit on that?
Yeah, for the moment they represent just messages, a contribution. And the color depends on the camp, the site that you choose, dissident, supporter, undecided. Now with the new interface, you can have as many camps as you want, not only 3. So that just, one message within the graph. But we can think of, it's an ongoing project. So when we do a brainstorming, you have so many ideas, and sometimes, it's difficult to choose between these ideas and then to implement these,
Thank you. Actually, I had a follow-up question that was, can you augment it in multimedia format? Because sometimes only graph themes can be a bit hard for non-speakers of that language.
Yes, true. So this is a question that we ask ourselves right now, because of course there is this visual and auditive dimensions in language that are so important, and we could have voices, we could have, images, we could have, icons, and we are thinking of it, but at the same time, I really like the minimalist dimension, and very light project that we did, in terms of design. So there is a bit tension, between these two dimensions. So I don't know, maybe we will do two different versions for this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all for your questions. Thank you.
And we reconvene. Well, we have important message for you.
Thank you, Vincenzo. Thank you, Serge. It was my bad about the confusion. So sorry for that. Well, our virtual chairs have prepared an interesting dynamic for our next coffee break that goes until 11:45. So I will give the word to Jonathan. Jonathan, are you there? The eye of Jonathan.
Good morning.
Hello.
Hi, everybody.
Nice to see you.
Great. So we're going to have something unique. First time in ICIDS. We are going to have a coffee cam. So during coffee break, to build the bridge between the on-site and the online audience, we're going to have mobile camera roaming around during the coffee break. Please engage with the online audience. Address, give us your name, tell us how you're feeling. Let's build this connection between the online and the offline community, on-site community. See you for the coffee.
Thank you, Jonathan. Okay, the coffee cam is Sebastian, so you can connect with the participants online. Yes. See you in the coffee break.
Okay, let me put my head down.
Hello,
Hello,
Claudia.
everyone. It's Claudia here. Hello, Jonathan. Woo. There is echo. Oh, now I'm in the screen.
A little much.
Of course. Hi, I'm Victoria Grange, and I'm at Kennesaw State University.
Be careful. Please look.
Hello, everybody. We are about to begin, so if we could, everyone take our seats or call your colleagues to come. Welcome back, everybody. Now we begin our fifth paper session that explores interactive narrative design. This space will be led by Lisa Holloway, so I leave it to you.
Hello, thank you. So we are in our last paper session before lunch, so I'll make sure that I keep the time so Vincenzo has plenty of time for his lunch. He takes a long time to eat all that to eat all that bread. Yes, of course. So we have 4 papers in this session. The first 2 are online, but as I understand it, we have the authors and presenters available for live Q&A, and then the last 2 are here on site. So we will begin with the first paper, which is online, Unraveling the Educational Power of Interactive Digital Narratives in Childhood Learning. So if we could have that video, please.
But we will present live.
Oh, yo, surprise, surprise. Okay, so you're presenting live,
Hello.
I'm sorry.
Yes. Okay, we will share this.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's connecting. Okay. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. We are Margarida Pinheiro and Mariana Chancha, and we are here to present our work, Unraveling the Educational Power of Interactive Digital Narratives in Childhood Learning. This work was based on the extensive research conducted during the master thesis in communication design of the School of Design of Politecnico di Milano, with the goal to address the gap in research on how interactive digital narratives can enhance the educational journey for children. And our aim is to provide insights into the potential benefits and challenges that come with using educational EDNs, and what are the essential features to ensure they have pedagogical value and still have high engagement levels for children. As was stated by Murray, EDNs have the advantage of possessing a format with a predisposition for pedagogical means, with its multi-sequential nature that allows us to have access to different points of view and understand the interconnected chains of causes and effects of the same issue. And so the story itself can already be a framework for learning, and then the interaction empowers the user to actively contribute to the creation process. And so the combination of this ludic and pedagogical component is crucial in then motivating students. Based on the understanding that children create and share stories according to their own embodied experiences and their own existing narratives, EDNs can then serve as a structure for them to do this through the framework of the proto-story proposed by Hartmut Konitz as a system and a space of potential narratives. And in this case, the interaction can serve as a significant semiotic mechanism for learning by putting the user in the central aspect. Additionally, EDNs can also serve to playfully introduce new content, vocabulary, and to support dramatic play, which is a primary way through which children understand and explore the world. Based on insights from Green and Jenkins, a theoretical model was developed to understand what are the key variables for interaction to achieve social change. And one of the key variables is transportation into the narrative world. And this happens through three mental processes. First is identification with the characters, so adopting the characters' personas and having empathy. Second is to evoke vivid mental imagery in every path taken of the branching narrative. And third is to reduce counter-arguing against the message of the story. So we have to accept the story world's laws, and this will result in immersion. And based on these premises, we conducted desk research on different fields, on digital storytelling for education, on interactive digital narratives. We did a state-of-the-art analysis, and also, since we wanted to understand what are the specific needs of our target group, which is children, and also the generation that is growing up to be the most technologically literate, we reached out to pedagogical science and cognitive development theories of constructivism. We analyzed a total of 29 case studies of pedagogical EDNs for children, and we categorized them into clusters and subclusters. The main clusters were children as authors, where children take a more active role in creating the EDN, and children as narratees, where children have have varying degrees of agency and influence on the outcomes. And based on this, our strategy was to focus on decision-making EDNs, as we wanted to present factual information to children, so have that pedagogical value, but still make sure that we can engage them with fantasy. So we wanted to be able to blend fiction and nonfiction together. And with this, a Cinzenta was born, or Grey Island in English. It is an EDN to teach children about global warming. We follow the main character, a young boy named Simão, who will meet different characters. What? Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Sorry, but we can hear you now.
Oh,
but you,
okay.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
We did we did hear you up until just right before you asked. So.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. So as I was saying, we are following Simão, a young boy, who will meet different characters that represent the different issues and causes and consequences of global warming. The story was developed on Twine, and the interactions are based first in a story world map, where the user will choose which environment to visit, which will then determine what character we will see first. And then within the dialogues with the characters, we have binary and trinary choice points, where we can choose what to say, what questions to ask, and set the overall tone of the conversation with the different characters. Still making sure that in every path there's the same learning objectives, and then at the end there are questions to test if the child had paid attention. And so the story starts with Simão going on a walk in the forest and discovering the trees are all cut and everything is being destroyed. He meets the character of a spider monkey who tells him his species is going extinct and makes a call to adventure for Simão to discover what is happening to the planet and what can we do to help. And so he will start his journey, where he will meet different characters such as drought, the ocean and the sun, etc. We conducted these tests in Portugal with 12 children from the ages of 7 to 10. 6 children interacted with the EDN, while 6 children viewed the PowerPoint presentation, which contained exactly the same information, just didn't have as much interaction, and it didn't have the narrative element. And at the end, there were questions to test the performance in both groups. Before the activity, we conducted pre-questionnaires to collect data on their previous knowledge on the topic of global warming, also in their general interests on the issue, and in their hobbies and entertainment they like to consume. During, we assessed their performance with the quiz questions, which were the same in both groups. And we also observed their behavior with a rapid ethnography. And after, we conducted the intrinsic motivation inventory to analyze their engagement and motivational levels. And so during the activity, we observed according to different subscales of the rapid ethnography: usability, ambiguity and topic, emotion and immersion, and liminality. Usability here was only applied to the EDN, and what we noted in general was that it was a very simple, intuitive structure for them to follow, but some of the children had less developed reading skills and struggled more, would ask us to help them read, and so a voiceover feature would be interesting to introduce in the future. As for the rest of the subscales that we were comparing, generally, what we noticed is that children were a lot more focused in the EDN group, and they were a lot more relaxed when answering the quiz questions, while in the presentation, there was an overall more serious environment because they felt that they were being tested. And a very big difference between the two groups that we observed was that in the EDN group, children made a lot of emotional remarks about global warming, about the characters, about how terrible the consequences are, and they showed motivation to help. While in the presentation, there was overall less there was less communication in general, and there was less levels of immersion. Then with the intrinsic motivation inventory, we confirmed what we had observed pretty much. We asked them to rate statements from 1 to 7 on the different subscales of interest, perceived competence, importance, value, and their perception of choice. And overall, we saw that the opinions of the children of the EDN group, there were much higher scores in general, while the presentation group, it did not suit every child's learning style, and it was much more divided. And so to answer our research question, which is how can EDNs enhance the educational experience for children, and what are the important features and methods to ensure they have pedagogical value? Two main hypotheses emerged. The first is children will retain more information and meet more learning objectives with EDNs than with a traditional method. And the second is children will be more engaged and motivated to learn if the subject is taught using EDNs. So as for the first hypothesis, in the context of this work, we noted that there were more correct answers from the EDN group, but when we looked at the pre-questionnaire questions, we saw that there was an improvement in performance in both groups. And so we don't think we can conclude based on our sample size, and surely a bigger sample size in the future would be best to determine this hypothesis. But we still had very interesting results when it comes to the second hypothesis, that children will be more engaged and motivated, as was shown during the activity and in the scores after, and by the fact that children all of the EDN group all stated that they wish to learn more about the subject, which was not the same result we had with the presentation. So how can EDNs enhance the educational experience, and what are the important features to ensure they have pedagogical value? We concluded that it is by providing engaging decision-making opportunities that use the procedural nature of EDN to stimulate their intrinsic motivation. And we do this by offering interesting narratives that create empathy and achieve a more emotionally aware intake of the information, which was the bigger difference between the two groups. Essentially to make children experience a certain reality instead of using a more passive information intake method. And another thing that we noted was that children were very interested in learning about the complexity of global warming, which was the goal of our work. As most of them had a general concept of it from school, but they did not go in depth to understand the systemic nature of it. And this is the advantage of EDN, the fact that they could have access to different environments, and understand the chains of causes and effects of every scenario. But still very important was to keep a simple and clear language for them to understand. And another interesting finding came from the pre-questionnaires, which was that even though, as we were thinking, what are the needs of this generation that is the most technologically advanced, when we asked for their interests and what they like to do in their free time, the social aspect of playing with their friends and the creative aspect of drawing or making stories were very relevant and were chosen by all children as one of their favorite activities. So we think that implementing these two elements is very important also when designing interactive digital narratives, and can be an interesting insight for future developments. So we summarized our key features based on our study for pedagogical value, and we divide them into narrative, visual style, interaction mechanics, and user interface. And it's better explained in our paper. But for now, we conclude our presentation, and thank you so much for listening. If you have any questions, we are happy to answer.
Well, thank you very much, Margarita and Mariana, for the very interesting presentation. I'm sure we have some questions for you. There's a question here in the room, over here in the front.
Hello. Whoa.
Hello.
Hi. This is Alan Riley. Thank you for the presentation. I am interested in knowing about your thoughts about knowledge expression, because you've demonstrated that kind of having an engaged interactive narrative approach to learning seems to have really positive results for the learning process. But it would be very interesting to know if how that might show up in different forms of knowledge expression. So, like in addition to testing whether the students can repeat the facts that they absorbed through the activity, if they could somehow continue the activity or express the knowledge in a narrative way that kind of carries through the kind of engagement that they learned by participating in the story. Have you done any work in that direction?
Sorry?
Just asking if you've done any explorations around knowledge expression.
Well, no, we didn't do an exploration on knowledge expression particularly, but we did follow the model of Bloom's taxonomy. And so this was just one part of what was meant to be developed. So.
Oh, we lost you. Okay, I'm sorry, we don't have sound for you.
Also, it's very funny that it shows the back of the...
So we're just waiting to get sound and video back for our presenters. It's coming. It's an internet issue. Okay, so does that mean does that mean I have to entertain you now? Oh no, that would be so awful. No. I'm sorry. I think it's best that we just wait till everybody's back online. Is there anybody actually in the room who's also on the Zoom? No? Okay. Okay, I think, did we get back?
No, we have to move forward because the internet is like very slow for the connection.
Okay, but what does that mean that we should move forward? Because just go to the next presentation?
Then we can open the Q&A for the two presentations.
Okay, because the other one is on video, is what you're saying. Okay, I understand. So we'll go to our second paper presentation that is a short paper, and we have a video submission for that. It's called Don't Do That, Reverse Role Prompting Helps Large Language Models Stay in Personality Traits. And it's a multiply authored paper. So I will let the authors, and no, not that one. Yes, there we go, thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Xuyuan Chen from Intelligent Computer Entertainment Lab, which belongs to Lismeikan University in Japan. And today I will talk about my study, which names Don't Do That. Reverse role prompting helps large language models stay in personality traits. Okay, so first we need to know some glossary. So for the first one, it's role prompted large language models. And role prompting means involves instructing and large language models to adopt a specific role, such as a lawyer or dragon, to condition the style and performance of its output. And for the second glossary, we need to know the Big 5 personality traits and IPIP50 questionnaire. So for the Big 5 personality traits, it's as known as intellect, which we also call openness, the conscientiousness, the extroversion, the agreeableness, and the emotional stability, which we also call neuroticism. For the IPIP50, it's a questionnaire which aims to test the Big 5 personality traits, and it's got 50 questions. Each question's answer points to different personality traits, and for each personality, the maximum score is 40 and the minimum is 0. Okay, let's talk about my study. So right now, existing large language model studies have only observed change when introducing a role of personality traits to large language models, but not how effectively they conform to the given personality traits. So my study aims to investigate how will large language models portray according to the given personality traits using a well-established personality test, and propose reverse role prompting. It's a new prompt technique I will introduce in my presentation to improve the accuracy of large language models portraying as a specific personality trait. Explore how large language models equipped with personality traits influence story ending biases when tasked with generating a game story, and discuss the impact of that observed biases. So first, let's talk about method. We have two phases in the study, so let's talk about the role prompt first. In the role prompt, we use two different techniques, the zero shot and the no shot. First we ask ChatGPT to summarize the 5 different personality traits and generate the role prompt for each personality, and put it into the system prompt for the personality act. And here is the example for the role prompt zero shot about acting the agreeableness. And we also use no shot, which it's also a new prompting technique. It's similar with the one shot or few shot, but it's a little bit different. But it usually have a better performance compared to the zero shot in some question and answering task. So here's the example. The first part are the same, but after the role prompt, we add one sentence. It's, for example, follow the game characters that I provided, But however, such example will be never provided, so it means there's nothing after this sentence. And we also have 3 different ways to input the IPIP50 questionnaires as a user prompt. So the first one is all at once. It means we give the IPIP50 at one time, the 50 question at one time, and let the large language models to answer the all questions at one time. And also, the second is one at a time within the same context window. It means we give the questions one by one to the large language models and let it answer one by one in the same context window. It's showing like this. And for the third method, it's one at a time within the new context window. It means we also ask the questions one by one, but every time when the large language models replied, we switch to a new context window to ask the next questions. It's showing like this. Okay, yeah, let's talk about the results. For the first phase, actually, all the personality are good except the extroversion. So here is the table. It represents the IPIP50 scores, like when assigning extroversion personality traits using the not-shot inspired the role prompting approach. So we give it extroversion, but we can see the agreeableness score is the highest. According to the biology guy, not biology, psychology guy, actually the psychology guy said maybe because in our real life the extroversion and the agreeableness has a high correlation, so maybe the large language models cannot judge which one is extroversion and which one is agreeableness, and it's caused the result like this. So after we saw this result, we decide to have the second phase. We design a new prompting technique. It's called reverse role prompting. So here is the example about the reverse the role prompt zero shot to act the extroversion. And we don't want agreeableness in the extroversion. So yeah, so we want the extroversion without agreeableness. So at first, the agreeableness is the extroversion part is the same, and after that, we give agreeableness to the ChatGPT and let it add you are not or do not in the context and make it reversed, and to make the large language models will not showing this kind of personality traits in the performance. So it's like this. We just put the content after the extroversion, and it's the reversed role prompt. And yeah, here is the extroversion without agreeableness. And yeah, for the result about the second phase, yeah, here is the previous result we got, and after we use reverse role prompting to exclude the agreeableness, we can see the agreeableness score are super low here, and the extroversion score be the highest, which is what we want. And it's also saying that the reverse role prompting actually is super effective for the large language models to exclude some personality. And also, we have the story generated test. Here is the results of the game story endings generated and classified by GPT-4o with the standard role prompting with the different personality traits. There's no extroversion here because, like, for the standard role prompting, actually the extroversion is not the extroversion. So for here, the results showing as same as the previous study, it usually generates the positive story endings. There's no negative story endings and some of neutral and bittersweet endings. And after we use reverse role prompting to exclude the second highest score personality without the original personality, the results showing like this. The positive story endings generation number decreased, and for some personality traits, it starts showing there are some negative story endings appeared, and the neutral story endings numbers are increased. It's way more large than the standard error prompting one, and yeah, it's the same for the beta suite. We still don't know why here, but we think it's maybe have the correlation with the exclude the agreeableness from the large language models, because the agreeableness here is still not bad. It still generates 100 positive story endings here. Okay, so for the conclusion, the reverse row prompt was proposed as a novel approach to improve the accuracy of large language models in portraying assigned personality traits, and also assigned personality traits influence the biases in large language models generated story endings, with reverse row prompts reducing the bias towards positive endings. It means reverse row prompt may will influence the content stability produced by the large language models. Yes, thanks for listening.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And since we had some technical issues with the first speakers, we're going to combine the question and answer for the two presentations together. But I'm assuming that our first speakers are back with us. Maybe?
No, we're here.
Oh, you
Yes.
are? Oh, good. Well,
Yeah.
nice that you're back with us. I know that it was Alan had a question. I don't know if you remember the question, or do we need to repeat maybe we just do a short summary of your question, or however long you need.
No, we should remember the one was related to what's going on with the level of creation of children.
The knowledge, how can we
Improve
judge
knowledge? Okay.
the improved knowledge? Yeah. We were answering that we judged based on previous questions before the activity and after the activity, but also I was explaining that this was just one part of a 3-part process that is following Bloom's taxonomy framework. And so then after this part, which is more about retaining the information, we would put into practice what the children has learned or not, by putting them into different scenarios in their everyday life, digitally, of course, in the interactive digital narrative, where they have to make their own decisions, and then this would result in a final score to save the planet or not, depends on their decision. So this was our approach to understand if the new knowledge acquired is tangible and is not just information retained and memorized.
And then if I can reply to some other question that ran in the chat, one of the questions was related to the role of the teachers within this project, but in this specific work, the teachers were not involved. But of course, in the idea of improving and developing the entire project, for sure. And what does it mean? That it's connected to another question, so the kind of skills expected from teachers. And in our opinion, in this case, the teacher should be able to mastering the word building practice mainly, because one important part is the connection and the creation of content that can be translated for the edutainment system, let's say. And in this case, they should be able to create and work with children in order to embed the values and everything within the content itself. So using some tools coming from the word building practice and the storytelling field can be useful. And finally, if we move to the last phase, so the idea of checking what is the learning path of children, we can also think about not just digital activities, but according also to the testing and the fact that children want to play in the real world, this can be a path that can be created in collaboration with teachers, so that the teachers, but also the parents, can check the change in the behavior of children, mainly.
Okay. Well, thank you. Does that answer the question for you too, Alan? Do we have other questions for... I have just one, probably just a shorter question, which is, so you're using this specifically for children. I would like to know your thoughts about for older students and educational purposes, if you've thought about what the kinds of differences you would expect that you might have for that kind of audience, or is that something that you've been thinking about? But also, I may have missed if you just mentioned also the ages of the children.
7 to 10 years old.
I'm sorry?
It was 7 to 10 years old.
7 to 10-year-olds. Okay, so,
yes.
And so any thoughts on that age group and the differences?
So, yes, we have to make sure that we evoke their imagination and their attention, because in general, their attention span is generally shorter. So our strategy was to have metaphors to explain the issue, and have, for example, a character that is representing drought that they can speak to, and a character that is representing the ocean levels rising they can speak to, the sun, a farmer, for example, and also the character of carbon dioxide. So we used these expressive resources to make them more engaged. And I think this is something that's particularly important for children of this age,
right,
where they need to be more stimulated in this way. So if we have something that is an interactive documentary, maybe even if it's very interesting, for some children it would work, but for others maybe it wouldn't. And so this was our approach for younger children. And it was something that we determined also when we did our case study analysis, right, that this was the subcluster of that we wanted to focus on mostly.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for that and for your presentation. I think we'll move on to questions for our second speaker, who I believe is also here with us.
Yes, I'm here.
You're here. Okay, so do we have questions in the room for the second speaker? And or online, because I can't see online. If there's anybody. Well, maybe I can start while you're all ruminating about a nice question, Vincenzo. I'm sorry. I was very interested in the fact that you specifically chose personality traits, right, as the kind of subject that you were exploring. And then you had a very specific scale, I can't remember, but the scale that you used, that's a generalized scale for assessing personality traits as the basis. Have you thought about ways, like if you were to move into other areas beyond personality traits, does this lead you to speculate about how you could do that and where they might also be applied? Or how you might modify the scales that you use in ways that could produce other kinds of results?
Yeah, because for the personality part, actually, at first, I'm trying to use this like acting the non-player characters in the especially games.
Right.
And yeah, but first we need to know that like the large language model has their ability to act in the specific personality. So like it's more fit. If it can act, so it will be more fit like for the specific character I want it to be. So like in my opinion, it's fit for games because I love them want to like more focus on games, but for other part, I think the personality part maybe can more fit for like the your customized assistant, something like that. Maybe you can set your like favorite characters or like some specific personality to that assistant that you can customize, something like that.
Yeah, no, I was actually thinking about some of the IDNs that we've been exploring that have to do with sort of these assisted, you know, like in therapy sessions or something, and someone's playing a role and how to evoke sort of different kinds of traits in that. It might be interesting to figure out some nuance in the personalities and customized in other ways. It is, I think, an interesting issue, problem. Are there other questions here? Okay. Well then, thank you very much for our two presentations. If we can thank our presenters and their questions. And we'll move on. We have two more presentations that are here on site. So our first presenter is Daniel Echeverry, who is presenting on exploring collaborative storytelling through performative avatars in Searching for Us, a tangible, pervasive narrative. So I welcome Daniel.
Working? Okay, good, good. Thank you very much, everyone, for staying for the presentation. Just a little disclaimer. I apologize in advance if if I lose the train of thought a little bit. I just had some news that I'm trying to process, but that's life, you know. So my presentation also has a demo, so we'll see how this plays out for us. But I'm here to talk about Searching for Us. If you were here on Tuesday, you saw my presentation on the non-myth of the noble red, which was also looking at puppetry. So this is kind of the next step for my work, looking a little bit more to the performative aspect of things and how it connects to interaction. Pretty much everyone's familiar with the work of Brenda Laurel, where she was talking about theater as a metaphor for interaction. Of course, the book of Janet Murray, where she was talking at some point about how the fourth wall is kind of similar to how the screen separates us from the experience itself. Facade, which I think we're also familiar with that in the sense that a model where it focuses on agency, for instance, right? More recently, we had Gonzalo Frasca kind of borrowing inspiration from Augusto Boal, a playwright, a Brazilian playwright. And he was talking about this idea of the forum video games, following Boal's idea of the theater of the oppressed, in which kind of becomes a critical space for discussion and for enacting things. And more recently, if you're familiar with the work of Alex Mitchell, he just published a book not long ago where he was touching a little bit on formalism, specifically with Shklovsky's defamiliarization, also very close to Brecht. But considering this idea of performance, we can argue that by extension, games and other forms of IDN are dynamic performance spaces where we both connect to in an emotional perspective, but also that kind of shapes the experience, shapes the experience of the player. There are some games, there are some experiences, of course, that have borrowed a little bit from this idea of performative or performance through the interaction. The Malthusian paradox was looking at a theater and how they can integrate people into this kind of interactive experience. Fellow Creature, it's also kind of taking a little bit from theater particularly and embedding it into a VR experience. So it's kind of that merging of technology and space and some more performance-based theories or principles. And of course, the work of the non-myth of the novel Red, which was kind of looking at how do we borrow inspiration from Brecht and how do we question some stereotypes, but also how can that inform the performance that we do. Now, the second thing that we want to focus on is the tangible aspect of it, right? The sense that agency extends beyond the traditional narrative framework into the physical world, right? So either if they're puppets, if they're balls, if they're things that I can touch, whatever that is, it's not only influence my interaction, but also how I understand the spatial context of it. Probably the most common example for everyone, if you've seen me playing Pokemon Go this few days, then that's one very good example, of course, and that kind of made everything very popular. But also the work of Blast Theory, which they are this amazing agency based in the UK, doing a lot of pervasive / performative experiences. There's one thing when we start to look at performance or performative interaction is one, that it places emphasis on perception and experience over accountability in what you do, but also heightens the sense of awareness. How do you emotionally engage with the experience itself? And eventually, how do you reflect through the experience, with the experience, because of the experience? And so I'm thinking, for instance, right, the best examples are tabletop games, right? How do we have this physical object that somehow represents aspects of what we're engaging with? If we focus on pervasive experiences explicitly, this is where we definitely have the combination, the merging of the physical and the virtual, right? The physical, that's actual information that's happening in a real world, and then the second layer of what you're telling. And so in that sense, in many cases, we kind of connect with these experiences through embodying personas, more specifically avatars, right? And so we're very familiar with the concept of avatar. Hopefully, we can see that in most video games. Next, please. Yeah. You know, where you customize the character so it looks like you, or where you kind of idealize yourself as this character with a perfect body or with extremely powerful blow, or simple avatars like this, where just a representation of what you're doing and you kind of connect with it. However, just connecting to the avatar itself requires a lot more than just thinking of the body itself, but how do you consciously connect with it, right? And so that's kind of what makes interesting the pervasive aspect of this sort of experiences. And so there's a link that I create with my avatar, in our case, a physical avatar, in the sense that what performance I do, it's somehow reflected on the avatar itself. And so simple things like when you're playing chess and finally you get your checkmate, you kind of kick the opposite king, right? That's also a connection with that avatar. And of course, it's very different. How do you connect with the avatar, with the character? But it's kind of important also to look at avatars from different perspectives and different formats of storytelling, right? Many of these cases are screen-based, but what I want to show you here, they're actually physical avatars, and puppetry being the source of inspiration from most of my recent work. And so that's when things kind of turn interesting, and I want to present you guys this Searching for Us. Searching for Us is this tangible, pervasive narrative where we have two characters, Hachi and Budo, and they're kind of looking for each other. I think this is why it's important to do the demo. But the idea of a tangible, searching for us is first to explore collaborative performance. So the idea is that we have groups of people playing as these two characters, and they're going to be searching for each other. Also looking at marionette-like avatars. So how do you pose, how do you perform through different gestures that your avatar can do, either as the dog or as the human-like character. And also finally integrating like this real-world data. And I'll give you a better example later on how that works. But also, it's kind of the evolution of the work that I've been doing. Initially with Letters to Jose, everything was just a small ecosystem of pop-up like books where everything, there was movement, was a little bit more constrained. Then the non-myth was moving through a bigger, disconnected, separate spaces where people could act together sometimes, where they could act by themselves sometimes, where we all could perform at the same time. Now, the next level, the next step, of course, is thinking about the real world. And I think this is a pretty nice picture, but I guess this will illustrate better what I want to do. So in this sense, searching for us takes place in a physical, actual space. Could be a park, could be a street, could be any open space that can be mapped to a series of GPS coordinates. And so in that sense, since we're going to be outside, I can start taking into consideration, for instance, transportation, weather, the time of the day, the temperature. You know, there's a lot of stuff and data that's available that you can tap into and that somehow you can transform into narrative. So that's one thing that I'm interested in. But I'm also interested in non-human characters, particularly dogs. It's fairly common to see animals kind of portraying human or human-like things, you know, from fables, either way. They engage in human-like interaction. So what happens when someone starts to feel like Hachi, for instance, or starts to feel like Argo from Ulysses? And that's kind of the other question that Searching for Us is going to be looking at. And so while Hachi doesn't speak to the players directly, they do get to hear his humanized thoughts, right? So what Hachi thinks when you are walking through the street. And again, it's a little bit abstract. I promise the demo will clarify a lot of things. And of course, then there's this human desire. Okay, yes. This human desire to kind of understand humans, to understand the perspective of animals, so that also drives forward the idea of having a non-human character. So layering time, layering space, layering the context of the experience itself. Pretty much the story is very simple. Hachi and Bureau are two friends. Somehow Hachi gets lost in the city, so they start looking for each other. And this is kind of mapped to Brno, my city, but this is kind of where Bureau's story will happen. This is where Hachi's story will happen. They're going to be visiting different characters, different places, and they're going to be telling the players little details about their lives, right? So sometimes Hachi goes to the church to sleep, or sometimes he goes to the bakery to eat scraps and whatnot. So that kind of stuff. And so you have a very simple structure where you have kind of a linear narrative, but you can always kind of move out or extend a little bit into little kernels that tell you a little bit more about each of the characters. So yeah, this is kind of how it will happen when you are playing Searching for Us in my hometown. So in that sense, the transit stop name will change, or the type of tram, and then you start to have this layering again of what happens in real world and what happens in the narrative. This is how it might look it might hear, because it's audio based, or even in Barranquilla, of course. So Hachi will be at the Avenida Murillo and it's waiting for it's by the tram stop and whatnot. It all depends, of course, on the type of data that we have access to. But I'll show you really quick. So if we can go to my phone, please. Okay. Let's see. I need to share my screen. Start the broadcast. And I'll get Hachi out. So Hachi is Bluetooth. It's a Bluetooth device. Can you guys see? Yeah, okay, good. And, you know, if you can hold it for me. Okay, so it's a Bluetooth device. So let's connect Hachi. So I'll turn it on. The idea is that you have sort of like this magnetic markers. So based on that, you kind of post the puppet in. Right, so I'll show you better. So let me just turn this thing on. I'll connect it.
Interacting through an avatar.
So it's all text-based, so the idea is that you connect your phone to the avatar, you put the phone back in your pocket, and then you kind of start playing with it. Since we're a very special crowd, I'm going to put a nicer voice, so this is not really part of the experience itself. But, oh, yeah, hold on.
Connect to avatar.
Let's use the fancy one.
Using Azure's voice.
Nicer. And now I'll show you basically some of the gestures that we can do.
Triggering non-narrative mode.
So let's say if we want Hachi to bark, so I will move the head up, down, and up.
Hachi is barking.
Hachi is barking. The AC kind of gets the mechanism stuck somehow, but let's see. So now Hachi, we want to sniff Hachi. So let's move Hachi's head down, up. And now Hachi's. Oh, lady, she didn't talk. Oh, there you go.
Hachi is sniffing.
Hachi is sniffing. So now the next thing we're going to see is the story itself, how it works.
Triggering narrative mode.
So again, the phone is somewhere in my pocket. I'm just hearing with my headphones.
A tale of friendship and loyalty unfolds in the heart of Undefined.
I'm also with
On a Undefined, Hachi is walking around Kaye 107 in the neighborhood of Undefined. As he gets close to the nearby bus stop, Hachi lifts his head and barks in curiosity.
So Hachi lifts its head, so I will make Hachi bark. And it moves.
It seems his friend Leo is coming soon. Hachi continues walking very slowly towards the stop.
And so in that sense, I will be walking, right? This is a park. I'm walking over the park, whatnot, and I get to Leo, the tram conductor. But one consideration here is that what do you do in between parts, you know, in that walking space? So the system makes little comments that
Sniffing while trotting, Hachi hears loud traffic close to the closest bus stop on Carrera 30 Street.
Good. So now we get to Leo. This will be somewhere in a tree, in a bench. So, hi, Leo.
Hachi arrives at the tram stop and spots Leo, the friendly tram conductor, who often shares stories about Bureau's daily commute and his morning schedule. Intrigued, Hachi begins sniffing around.
So the narrative always suggests what will be the movement. Let's say I do the wrong one.
Hachi sniffs the air, detecting the approach of Leo, whose shift was ending. After getting of the tram, Leo said to Hachi, well, if it isn't Hachi, what's got your nose twitching today, buddy?
So let's stop there, but you kind of get an idea.
Leo gave Hachi a small pat on his head. Clearly enjoying the friendly gesture, Hachi wagged his tail in response.
Can we go back to my screen, to the presentation, please? Yes, good. So I'll just move fast. Yes. Okay, so we just went over the demo. The way it works is pretty simple. So you have the avatar connects to your phone. You track the GPS from the phone itself. You use the phone to send the data to a server, which kind of assembles the whole narrative, taking data from transit, weather, of course, location, amenities, street names, and whatnot. Then that's fed back into the phone because the audio is rendered using a text-to-speech engine. So everything is actually rendered real time. Depends, of course, on the speed of the synthesizer. So can we go to the next? Yeah. Searching for Us integrates tangible interaction with pervasive game principles, moving beyond screen-based experiences, and of course, meaning that people can engage both with objects and also urban environments. Since the marionettes or the marionette-like avatars are performative objects, we're also hoping that they can enact the character actions, but also because it's kind of a shared experience, it means that both players are going to be kind of deciding or dealing what they want to do next. At the same time, so there's this idea of co-performative dimension into the game, something that we explored back in the non-myth, but now with Searching for Us, it's really part of the focus to see how people relate with the experience from a social perspective. And future work, of course, I want to keep exploring performative objects, particularly these marionettes and puppets. There's a lot of work out there that can inform really interesting IDNs. Yeah, I want to look at empathy, spatial awareness, and social cognition from the perspective of performative interaction. And that's pretty much everything I have for you Thank you very much. Any questions we can discuss later.
Sound. Thank you. Okay, so we do have time for some quick questions about this very fascinating work. I must admit, once you said you were focused on dogs, though, as a crazy cat lady, I kind of lost interest.
Maybe that's the next one will be with the cat.
No, of course not. It's really fascinating work. Questions? We're all just sort of overwhelmed with. Is there anything online? Okay, then I have a question that was actually the slide right before this, where you talked about the future work.
Sorry. This one? This one?
No, I'm sorry, the one right before that. Performative object. You were talking about empathy or how to study or think about empathy between that. I'm curious because that's an area where I also work, and can you please explain how we do that?
So what happens is that during the story, they're going to face some challenges, and since this is like, what's that sound? Anyways, it's like you and me playing with the same character. We kind of will be dealing with how do we solve those challenges that Hachi is going to be facing or Bureau is going to be facing. That's one thing. The other thing is also because we're going to be searching for someone else, right? How we relate to that search. And how do we place in the position of someone who's lost and someone who's looking for the friend? So that's kind of where the empathy part's going.
It's interesting because it's sort of like you have to both from a narrative level create some kind of a scenario that brings people, but also, as you said, sort of the relation to the actual object is interesting to experiment with how that works. But also, if you're a multiplayer, do the people know each other, or they don't know each other, or you do different scenarios?
They do. No, they're opposite sides of the story. One's looking for the other because it's pervasive. So we need to figure out where do we place this, and we guide them through a kind of a guided tour to tell them, oh, this is the bakery, this is the tram stop, and whatnot. I'm very curious also to look like in the non-myth. The social dynamics between friends and acquaintances and strangers, because that also can have an impact, of course, on empathy and how do you connect with the story and whatnot. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Vincenzo, you have a question? Let me just take this.
Thanks, Daniel. Very well. I can see it together with the other presentation of today. So I was wondering about the two presentations. Whenever you work with the puppets or with the tangible interfaces, you need some time for training people who participate into the people who enact that.
Yeah.
So I don't know if this has an impact, at least it had in my past, on the organization of the whole performance. So, I mean, can you comment on this, please?
I wouldn't say that, particularly in this case, there's an organized performance. What would happen is we teach them what gestures are there available. You know, this is how you sniff, this is how you bark, this is how you jump, this is how you do. Of course, there's a learning curve, like in the non-myth as well. But they have relatively a lot of agency on what they can do. The narrative suggests like, oh, Hachi sniffs the air, and that kind of hints at what you can do. But in case you decide to bark, then the narrative will reply differently, either by suggesting, oh, barking doesn't do anything, or, you know, Hachi barks and then the crazy lady comes after, you know, that sort of stuff. But it's kind of free-ish in the sense that whatever gestures they can do, they will have a reply from the narrative. Of course, it requires some, you know, tutorial, like familiarizing. You cannot get into the story right away, of course, especially because the sense of novelty also affects, so people will be like trying to figure out how it breaks or trying to figure out how things work from the back. So there's always that little learning curve. There's once you hit more of a sense of comfort. I think it's unavoidable when you have this sort of stuff. I mean, it's cool. So you know, it's unavoidable, I would say. Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
Thank you for your
Thank you very much.
And for your work, Daniel.
Thank you.
And We are running a little bit late, but we will, of course, allow time for our next presentation, and we might save some questions over lunch if needed. So the last presentation, Can AI Create an IDN? A benchmarking framework to evaluate the state of generative AI tools for the design of interactive digital narrative, and that will be presented by Hartmut on behalf of Miriam and Jonathan Barbara, who I believe is with us online too. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And yeah, I'm sorry I will take a little bit of time from our lunchtime, but I hope it will be worth it. And I mean, of course, it's it's a tough act to follow. So many wonderful, great presentations here. Okay. Well, can AI create an interactive digital narrative? That's a question that Miriam, Jonathan, and I were posing to ourselves. So, and I actually asked the same question to AIs themselves, right? Create an image of an AI creating an interactive digital narrative, and that's what came out of a number of AIs. And it's interesting how different they are, right? Especially, I have no idea what Google Gemini has in the background for this. Okay, so basically, we all know generative AI is here. What does it mean for IDN design? And we really want to go beyond sort of the hype from the, from people like ChatGPT, from the companies, but also beyond sort of the concerns of many narrative designers in this regard, and facilitate a critical understanding. So this is the overview of the talk, and I will start right now with AI and IDN first. And of course, there is a really long-standing connection here. Some of the early AI experiments have been IDNs, for example, ELIZA or Facade, which was a milestone for AI and natural language processing. And there have been many research projects applying AI for story generation, for example, or for managing narrative progression, drama managers, planner systems, content selection algorithms, or facilitating virtual characters. And yet these technologies were for a long time confined to, let's say, university labs or AAA game studios, right? And we feel what really has changed now, it's accessible to almost everybody, right? And here we see some of these examples that used AI in sort of the history of IDNs. And that means we go back a long time to about 1964 with ELIZA, right? And that means AI and IDN is absolutely not a new thing, right? We should be mindful that whenever people say, oh, this generative AI is a new thing, well, it's the result of 70 years or let's say 68 years of research ever since the Dartmouth conference in 1956, where the term artificial intelligence was actually coined. And specifically, I mean, things like ChatGPT are large language models are the results of many, many years of machine learning of text and images. And when we want to understand these things, we feel there's a lack of specific frameworks. So the framework issue is basically to understand the impact of generative AI and IDN design, we need frameworks that understand what IDN design actually entails. And many existing frameworks for understanding, for example, the quality of print literary creative writing, they are not directly applicable, and that's a big problem. So if we want to have, and also if we look into standardized benchmarking tools, they're mostly created to understand economic context with key performance indicators. And we haven't really identified easily measurable indicators of success when it comes to IDN. So, and that's a problem that has been discussed, for example, in a benchmarking group that Miriam and I had been leading in 2019, but there's not been that much progress ever since. So benchmarking is still sort of a moving target, and we hope to contribute to that with our work here. All right? So how are we creating an evaluation framework? Well, we apply a grounded approach by identifying 13 common tasks in IDN design, and then we invited an expert group, which you see here, noted narrative designers like Emily Short, Michael Anderson, who works at Paradox on Victoria, Mats Haar, who works on, has worked on many works, and he's probably online here today for Haunted Planet, Jack Forbes, who's worked for a number of industry things, using Star Stable, was his last profession, another noted narrative designer, right? And with that, we identified, with their help, we identified these 15 different IDN design tasks, starting from dialogue trees and ending at creating entire IDNs from scratch, right? So with that, and in the next step, we identified objectives and requirements for all of these tasks. And then we selected generative AIs. And our selection criteria was public availability, market share, and capabilities. And as a result, we identified for text, ChatGPT 4.0, Claude 3.5 Sonnet, Google Gemini Advanced, and MS Copilot of a subscription version. And for images, ChatGPT using DALL-E, MS Copilot using the same Stable Diffusion, Adobe Firefly. For music, Suno, and for video, Stable Video, and InVideo for, for the same purpose. And then we started in the next step developing prompts, right? And we felt like, single prompts were not enough for that, so we came up with 4 prompts for every single task to have a more variety and of a design space. And we decided to continue a tradition in the ICIDS community that started with Ulrike Spierling in 2008, and that was sort of a Little Red Riding Hood exercise, make a Little Red Riding Hood related IDN. So we reserved one of the tasks, prompts each, for a Little Red Riding Hood related prompt. Then we looked at the prompt, and again we went to our expert group to further develop them and iterate on them. Here you see some examples for task 1.1 and task 2.2. You see the initial prompt, which was much less specific, much less detail, and that's really the feedback we got from the designers. You need more context, more detail, and this is how we further developed all of these prompts, right? And then we ended up with this sort of dense marketing specification. You see there's a task here, the objective, the requirement, and a number of different prompts. And that's what we basically have for all 15 tasks. That means we had 60 prompts. And that starts, probably you start computing, what does that mean? If we have 60 prompts and 4 generative AI tools, that's a lot of outputs. Right? And in between, we talked amongst myself, said we have created a monster, right? So, yeah, how do you solve that? And this is also a challenge for representing in a 6,000-word paper, because our prompts alone are about 2,000 words, right? You cannot put all the prompts even in the paper, because then 1/3 is just used, right? So the solution was external material, and you will get a link to all of that. So it's all publicly available, right? And of course, we're creating an evaluation form. So the next was designing a questionnaire, how to evaluate all of the results here. And here you see how we did that, basically a 5-point Likert scale, and a description for every single prompt, how to evaluate that. And of course, that's also a challenge, because going through all of that takes several hours in terms of evaluation per person. All right. So when we run the whole experiment, we have 238 outputs. If you think the math is wrong, it's not. For sound and for video creation, we had less tools. But this is the output we got. And also for some tasks, for example, ChatGPT outputted both text and images, right? Which was also a bit surprising to us. Here you have the link and the QR code to our online repository with all the results. Right, and here you see some of them. So this is, for example, a map of the sort of a mental asylum in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, which was one of the tasks that we created. And here are some societal rules, but I will show more of that. Right? So, highlights. So some outputs were really compelling, right? Describing the challenges of a priest commissioner would be facing through her career in a society mixing ancient Egypt and the early Soviet Union. We really thought that might be a task that the generative AI tools would not be up to, but we were. Or creating a plausible alternative history in which World War II doesn't happen, not a problem. Or creating a convincing history of a fictitious French car company nailed by all of the tools. Or creating the rules for a pizza baking game, or the dialogue tree for an encounter with a 16th century Osman soldier, or create a full text adventure in Python. So here you see an example of one of these tasks. It's about create the societal rules for this mix of Egypt and early communism, all there. Really kind of impressive. Here you see all four major tools were able to create running Python code for text adventures, all playable. So, what did we learn? Key findings. All tools excel in ideation and education, but they have weaknesses, right? And the weaknesses are particularly relevant for us because in terms of interactivity, they all really struggle. Right? When we asked for something like create an interactive comic, we had a nice a narrative. Also for many other things, the narrative itself was okay, but the interactivity or having agency, this is where things start really, really lacking. And there are also frequent failures in following prompts. Unrealistic timelines, for example, pizza baking games ask for 30-second steps, every 30-second another step. That's never going to work, right? And overall, the top performing tool was not ChatGPT. It was actually Claude. Right? This is, a tool I hadn't really heard about before we started doing this research. Of course, we put the findings. We both evaluated ourselves, and we put the finding to experts. Here we also included Frédéric Séraphin, who worked at a big Japanese company. And here you see some of the scores. In highest score 4.3 in terms of inspiration, and here you see for which particular tasks, lower on training and even lower on production readiness. All right. So you see overall the experts felt good on inspiration, okay for training, not so great for production readiness, although we saw a big variety here in the approach and the evaluation. So Michael Anderson felt that a lot of the stuff was actually production ready, while Emily Short very much didn't feel so. And here are some quotes, but I don't really think we have much time for that. You can, of course, see all of that directly in the paper. Too verbose, but yeah, I mean, they clearly see the potential of all of that. And so what are the limitations and ethical considerations? So one thing we did not do, and we maybe should have done, and we will consider doing that in a follow-up research project, we did not do an iterative process with prompts, right? I mean, a lot of times when people work with ChatGPT, they start a prompt, and when they revise it, they iterate on it, they iterate on that. So we didn't do any iterations, right? So this is a known limitation. Of course, we had a small number of expert evaluators only. That was also due to time constraints, and really to going for everything is like asking somebody for 4 to 5 hours of work, and that was proved to be a challenge. And of course, there's ethical issues here, right? There's a bias in the training data sets. I think we're all aware of the, racism and misogyny and Eurocentrism of many of the training data sets. And of course, that showed through in some of our results, and we noted that. There are also questions about copyright and compensation for original authors, whereas, for example, I think the Authors Guild of North America is suing some of the AI companies right now about fair compensation. And finally, there's sort of a question of potential misuse to replace human designers, right? Many people are afraid of their work, and I mean, actually, this is, you know, I'm part of a closed Facebook group of narrative designers, and I posted our questionnaire there, and not all replies were exactly favorable or happy with what I have done here, and so after a couple hours, I retracted it. So yeah. Final conclusions.
In 30 seconds.
Right. Can an AI create an IDN in 2024? Yes, but. Right. So it can create actually a text adventure that fully works. There's still a need for human designers. And Gen AI tools can provide parts for an IDN, and they can help the ideation and training. Future updates. We will iterate the evaluation and have broader expert involvement. But finally, and I think this is important, we think there is a potential positive impact. And I think it can really improve access to IDN design, also to people who are excluded so far. It can make IDNs more affordable for smaller NGOs, for personalized therapy applications, for private events. And I think in that sense, it can lead to a much larger market for IDN design, and actually potentially to more employment opportunities for IDN designers in areas that have not really considered IDN so far. And that's it from us. Thank you. Questions?
Thank you. I know we are late, but I do want to give an opportunity for questions, at least one in the room and one online, if not more, depending on the question. I'll start, actually, is there anyone online with a question that we should go to? Or maybe while we're looking, if there's an online question, we could start if there is a question from someone in the room who would like to. Uh-oh, there's Jonathan again. Hi, Jonathan.
So, I mean, if everybody's hungry, that's also fine. And I mean, of course, we're around and you can ask us.
It's true. Okay, there were no online questions either? Where did
yes.
you? Josh
has one.
Okay, let me come to you. Oh, okay, better you than me.
Gray. Hello, there we go. So when you heard from the evaluators, were there any, how many, or what was the form of the ethical or social concerns from the usage in this way, of creating IDNs this way?
Well, it's basically the one that I mentioned, right?
Just the one, okay.
The ones that I mentioned about, I mean, you saw this screenshot from this whole group of people who were like, oh my God, how you can put such a questionnaire to us because this is putting us out of work, right? And that's why I took it down. But it was also interesting. So there was, there were some people defending it. There was people saying, oh, this is an academic thing and this is important and you should actually fill it in. And even after I took it down, a number of people from the group contacted me privately and said, I'm actually built a business on that, was one. Right, and this is great, and thank you for your work that you're doing, and I'm happy to fill in your questionnaire. So it was also sort of interestingly split between different people. And yeah, I mean, of course, the other ethical questions is the copyright question, the fair compensation, of some people's work that has clearly been used to train the data sets. That's a big problem, and the question of bias, right? I mean, of misogyny, of Eurocentrism, of racism, which is in many of his data sets. I mean, I don't think it's as bad as it used to be, right? We remember times when, let's say, black women were not even recognized by some machine learning algorithms. but there's certainly still some ways to go.
So there wasn't really a concern about like the ontology of the author necessarily, but more like I'm out of a job. It was more about labor.
Yes.
I see. Thank you.
Okay, we have, I think, a final question online from Frank, who has his hand nicely raised there. So, Frank, would you like to ask your question?
Yeah. So first of all, thank you very much for the work. Very good. It's a question and a comment. I think you should not say, can these tools generate the IDN? Because they can't. No prompt, no work. So it is more a question of how they can support. And once you shift it in that direction, I can also see the benchmarking better, because then you have the tasks, and then we can work through these tasks. But it is always, as long as the applications on the language models do not come up with a prompt, they generate nothing.
I see your point, yes. I mean, of course, also our title was meant as a bit of a provocation, right? And
provocation is always good.
Like that.
And you provoked Frank, we can see that. So good job.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, thank you again to our authors, Miriam, Hartmut, and Jonathan, here with us for a very interesting, timely presentation, I think.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Okay, some information about our day. So now we're going to have lunch in another space that maybe some of you know from Monday, but others don't. So we can move together. You can just follow our stuff. And then in the afternoon, we will have 2 workshops in another building as well, in the Casa Studio. They are next to each other, so you can join workshop number 3, the Posthumanist Turn to Rethink Interactive Digital Narratives, or Social XR and Immersive Theater this afternoon. We also want to thank workshop number 1 yesterday, Alejandro, for his workshop on transmedia production, impact production. So thank you. And today, after the workshops, we will have a live coding performance by Nelson and Jaime right after the workshops here in the Sala Mapuca. So let's stick together. After that, we'll have a break. You can all go to your hotels, and then we will meet tonight for the conference dinner. So yes, let's stay tuned for more information, and thank you all. Let's have lunch. Thanks. Hola. We won't come back here, so take your stuff with you, and also any cup, bottle. Yes. Thank you, everybody.